that the judge took the lead on making sure that we are fully equipped throughout all of our county facilities to have this. But you're right, Commissioner Chesney. I mean, it's always, I see Chief Clack in the back. He's here pretty often, and others that know how to use these devices in CPR. And it was amazing to see that happen. And if you can imagine, people were text messaging as soon as we broke during that recess. That's much needed recess, and it was. Can't imagine what it was like for you to do what you did. For us, it was there was some trauma to it. I mean, it was something hard to see if you're not trained for that. But you did it professionally. You were 2 seats over. I don't believe in coincidence. I don't. That was truly a blessing to have you there and to be able to do what you did, and everyone else that helped to jump in. So thank you for all you've done, Chief. Thank you.
Chief, I also want to chime in a little bit on it. Can't say much than what's already been said, but I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you especially for being there at the right time at the right place. I think everything happens for a reason, and it was that gentleman's faith that you were there for him, and we really appreciate this. And with what's happened, the judge has taken, like Commissioner Mata said, taken the lead on making sure that there's defibrillators where we really need them, and making sure that our people are trained to do, to work with them. So I want to tell you thank you very much, and we really appreciate you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
We have this small certificate, and it is nothing compared to what you have done for us, but we want you to know how very grateful that we all are, and how very thankful, I'm sure, we all, I mean, we don't see those kind of things every day, but thank you again. Thank you very much. Yes. So we want to do
In case I'm Paul, I have some.
You have them. Thank you.
You want to be with us. I understand.
Yeah, dude, of course.
This is my mom. You go first, you're shorter. I'm sorry. The word is out in the whole family.
Hey, that's okay.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3. One more.
Yeah, you're short.
Careful of the short stuff.
Yeah, I know. Good looking group there.
Take a bunch.
One more, sorry. 2 more. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Thanks, guys.
You want to get all these guys up here?
Yes.
Yeah, come on, guys. Y'all get up here. Hello, sir. Hi. Amazing tour.
Oh, you did?
He loves us. He does.
Yeah, put all the old ball men in the back.
Hold on just a second. I think she's on Facebook or something.
No, actually, don't. Don't worry about it.
There you go.
Here you go, ma'am. Ma'am. That's all.
got it.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, sure.
Look pretty one more time.
More than one, more than one.
Thanks.
Okay, now another one more.
Oh, this is nice pictures. I'm sorry, I was working the room. That's the firehouse, thank you.
They want to bring the mariachis in?
Yes, ma'am.
First, before we do this, yes. Is he bringing them in?
Resolutions?
Nope, they didn't give me any.
Oh, that's the rock stone.
Good. I haven't been given any of the resolutions.
They're
Yeah.
right here?
They all,
We've signed them all. They're right here if y'all want to separate them and bring them. Sorry. Moving on to item F, adopt the following resolutions, proclamations, or orders. F1, in recognition of Robstown's early college high schools, El Mariachi Rojo distinguished performance at the Texas UIL State Mariachi Festival 2023. And Frances, my executive secretary, is going to read this proclamation as one of her sons is in this group. And we're so excited to have you guys here this morning. And do we have a motion and a second for this?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. If you want to read the proclamation, please.
In recognition of El Mariachi Sol Rojo's distinguished performance at the Texas UIL State Mariachi Festival of 2023. Whereas mariachi ensembles from across the state competed for top honors at the 2023 UIL State Mariachi Festival on February 24th and 25th at the Seguin High School Performing Arts Center. Whereas 77 schools performed at the state festival this year. Whereas the Robstown Early College High School's El Mariachi Sol Rojo, led by directors Charles Cabrera, Miguel Cabrera, and Gerardo Ledesma, was awarded an excellent rating for their distinguished performance at the 2023 UIL State Mariachi Festival. Whereas El Mariachi Sol Rojo's ensemble members include flute, Angel Garza, guitar, Ronnie Downing, Isaac Garcia, Emerald Hernandez, and John Hernandez, guitarron, Jaden Garza, trumpet, Calissa Lerma, Haley Martinez, Damari Munoz, and Brianna Ruriegas. Vihuela, Paloma Calderon. Violin, Karina Camacho, Jesse Vasquez, Karina Ibarra, Vicente Ibarra, and Christopher Martinez. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby recognizes El Mariachi Sol Rojo's musical accomplishments and achievements and further encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in wishing them all the best in their future endeavors.
We have a motion and a second. I think Commissioner Matas wants to speak.
Yes, Judge. I have the great fortune to represent Robstown in my precinct, and so I go to so many events. We had the great ribbon cutting for the new extension there, the new programs that the high school just rolled out a couple of months ago, and of course, Mariachi Sol Rojo was there, and they have made a name for themselves throughout not only our region, but throughout the state. And so it's always a great time to enjoy their talent. You see they obviously have no problem in recruiting members, and they are just a treat to watch. And these are great young people who we hope will continue their musical pursuits. And Mr. Cabrera, Mr. C, we know that you have an excellent music program overall with your marching band, your drums and percussion, your mariachis, and all the others. And I just want to just encourage you to continue to do your good work, continue to represent not only Robstown, but Nueces County as you have. You are a pride for us as you go out there and represent us. And I'm just going to say, I was hoping y'all were going to come in singing. I really was. We should have asked for it, but we know also you're on a time frame. But thank you all for all that you do, and congratulations.
Wait, don't let him off the hook. I wanted to hear that too. That was
I don't know if they have anything. I didn't want to put them on the spot and ask them to come up with something right now.
All right.
Does anyone else want to speak? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And their director wants to speak as well. And we have a certificate, and we'd like to get a photo with you guys before y'all dash out the doors, please. So.
Okay. First of all, Your Honor, Judge Connie Scott, Commissioner Chesney, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Mares, and Commissioner Hernandez, we want to thank you for inviting us here today. My name is Miguel Cabrera. I serve as one of the Mariachi directors. I do want to also acknowledge my fellow directors, my dad, my boss, Mr. Charles Cabrera, and we also have Mr. Gerardo Ledesma, and we serve as the directors for the Robstown Early College High School Mariachi. So just to put a little more perspective, Francis did a great job of explaining the process. In January, these students had to perform for a panel of 3 UIL judges there at Robstown High School, and they had to get a first division. Okay, so they got a first division from all 3 judges, and then they proceed to go to the state festival, which happened in Seguin, and they got an excellent rating. The highest rating is a superior, but to come home with an excellent rating from those world-class mariachi judges and educators was really, really awesome. And if I may mention a little bit of perspective on this UIL State Festival, I used to work in Laredo, Texas. That was my first job back in 2005. In 2006, I opened the Laredo Morning Times, and it said an article, one day UIL will have a UIL State Mariachi Festival, and it's like, whenever. And then the first Mariachi Festival happened in 2016, which this group has attended ever since. And I just want to mention also my gratitude to Dr. Brad Kent, who's the UIL State Music Director. He's also a good friend of ours for getting this ball rolling, promoting this beautiful part of our culture. Mariachi music is really starting to pick up in all parts of the state. This past April 13th, we had a state mariachi, a cotton picker mariachi festival where groups as far away as Houston, all the way down to the Valley, to Laredo, and everywhere else came over. And we had thousands of fans and mariachi members come to our hometown of Robstown to celebrate this art. So we want to thank you all for your invite this morning, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Can we try to get everybody lined up here so we can do? Yeah, we voted.
No. Yes. I didn't vote. No.
I thought we did.
No, you said you had a first.
Oh, okay. All those in favor, please say aye. I thought I said all those in favor say aye. I could have sworn I did that. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Aye. Thank you. I'm going to look at that video because I know I heard it.
I did too. And I put it here.
On the outside, so the guys in the middle, put the taller guys on the farthest end. I don't know who's turn. Where's the mom in here?
All right, let's just file in, students, and try to make
File in and try to make everybody fit, but scoot over here tall.
Gotcha.
You may have to get up.
we can move somewhere else. We can see.
There we go. I took off the hats there.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe they can make a little aisle.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, good idea. Oh, now they're going to.
Step up if you're able to step up. You can step behind you.
Oh, it's okay. Got plenty of people that want to do that all the time. It's normal reaction.
Is there a step over there where we go?
This is for you guys as well. We'll give it to you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
You guys, good job.
We are headed to another performance, so good luck.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah, I know, man. I mean, not to hear them. I mean, I was really looking forward to hearing y'all today. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we should. Yeah. Whenever they can. But school's almost out now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I could have sworn I did. I make my notes for that.
Oh, yeah,
Moving on to item number F2, in recognition of Robstown Early College High School's Luna Rosa Color Guards Championship performance. And they're coming in as we speak, and Francis is going to read that proclamation as well. Wow, look at that trophy. Yes.
Here.
Can I get a motion?
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If you'll read it now, we'll get that out of the way.
In recognition of Luna Rosa Color Guards Championship performance at the 2023 Texas Educational Color Guard Association Championship Contest. Whereas color guards from across the South Texas area competed top honors at the 2023 TECA Championship Contest on Saturday, March 25th at Hidalgo Early College High School. Whereas 6 color guards performed in the Scholastic Novice Blue class this year. Whereas the Robstown Early College High School Luna Rosa Color Guard, led by Director Norma Jean Martinez and assisted by Marisa Torres, was awarded the Fan Favorite Award, First Place Equipment, First Place Design Analysis, and First Place Overall, earning the title of Scholastic Novice Blue Champions at the 2023 TECA Championship Contest. Whereas the Luna Rosa Color Guard members include seniors, Lorena Paredes and Karina Ibarra. Juniors, Marissa Aguilar, Miranda Aguilar, Yexlin Cedillo, Elisa Claros Castillo, and Luis Reina. Sophomores, Kirby Hansen, Jaslyn Munguia, Jubilee Rodriguez, Vicente Ibarra, and Sarah Zamora. Freshmen, Mel Flores and Matthew Tamez, and 8th grade, Anaí Garza, Anisa Martinez, and Natalia Rivera. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby recognizes the Luna Rosa Color Guard's musical accomplishments and achievements, and further encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in wishing them all the best in their future endeavors.
So moved.
We already voted. We already did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think they're, Ms. Martinez, did you want to?
Would you like to say something to us, please?
Good morning. I am Norma Jean Martinez, and I just want to take the time to say thank you for allowing this opportunity for our students to be recognized at this level. I really appreciate it. Hard work, lots of hours invested, and not only in our group, but in academically and in other groups that they're involved in, and they still make time to stay committed to what they set their goals to hit. And here we are presenting our trophies and our plaques and all our banners. So we're super excited. So hopefully we can continue in the following years. But thank you so much for this time. We really appreciate it.
Good. Can't we get y'all to come up and we'll do a photo? We're very excited for you all as well, and that trophy looks awesome. I hope you continue to do those. And it looks like you have a mixture of people. We even have some of the mariachis coming in. That's such a good commitment from students to be so involved in their time and effort. So we're very proud of all of you.
Very good, very good.
Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Save the best for last. Like real exciting. Good job, folks. Thank you.
Oh, we need to be good on this. This is for you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations, young man.
There you go. Hey, you're up there twice.
You do the mariachi?
This guy, double one.
More mariachi.
Yeah.
The drumline's coming in as we speak. So moving on to item number 3, in recognition of Robstown's Early College High School's Red Star Indoor Drumlines Championship performance at the 2023 TECA Percussion and Winds Championship Contest.
In recognition of Robstown Early College High School's Red Star, were you supposed to have? I'm okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Red Star Line,
Sorry.
Championship performance at the 2023 TECA Percussion and Winds Championship Contest. Whereas drumline ensembles from across the state competed for top honors at the 2023 TECA Percussion and Winds Championship Contest on April 15th at the Seguin High School. Whereas the Robstown Early College High School's Red Star Indoor Drumline placed 3rd out of the 10 schools. Whereas the Robstown Early College High School's Red Star Drumline, led by band director David Hochstetter, also received the Fan Favorite Award at the championship competition. Whereas the Red Star Drumline members include tenor drum, Caden Barrera, Tyler Flores, Isaac Garcia, and John Hernandez. Cymbals, Miranda Aguilar, Samara Lara, and Leila Ramirez. Snare drum, Paloma Calderon, Audrey Garcia, and Andrew Martinez. Bass drum, Angel Garza, Jaden Garza, Karina Ibarra, and Sonia Tobias. Props, Elisa Claros Castillo, Elias Diaz, Lee Hinton, Calissa Lerma, Martin Perez, and Ryan Vasquez. Marimba, Shelby Barrera, and Jordan Lopez. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby recognizes the Red Star Drumline's musical accomplishments and achievements, and further encourages the citizens of Nueces County to join the court in wishing them all the best in their future endeavors.
Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Congratulations to all of you, and I see there is more of a mixture as well from students that are participating in multi activities, and the fact that you're able to do that and dedicate your time and still make your grades and be able to play, that's impressive. We hope that you continue, and we're very proud of you. This court thanks you for being here today, and we have another small token of appreciation to present you with as well.
I know, we're just trying to pull it. We have to sign the document number 2. Yeah, that's okay. I was like, you have them there. They brought them to you. What? Oh.
Can you squeeze your hand, Ronnie?
Okay, 1, 2, 3. I saw his hand.
No.
One more, last one, I promise. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much.
Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you, sir. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. It was a trifecta today, sir. Congratulations. Right? Got the hat trick.
To the back here. Did you already get the other one?
Do we have another group coming in, or are they here? Oh,
No.
Okay. In recognition of Texas A&M Corpus Christi's number 4, in recognition of Texas A&M Corpus Christi's tennis team for their outstanding season.
Judge, I was going to table these because they are going to the NCAA tournament
I know,
literally as
they're-
we speak. So
Yeah.
we're going to reroute this
I started
and
to say they're going to go
Yeah.
on to even better things.
yeah, we're going to add more language to their resolution. But what I'd like to do today is just pass the resolution and allow the court, or ask the court to allow me to add some additional language based on their NCAA tournament success. And then I'm going to go out and was going to ask Commissioner Matas, our Texas A&M University alum, Corpus Christi alum, to go with me and present that on Monday, May 8th. And if he can't, certainly anybody else is welcome. But if that's okay, I'd like to just pass it as is and then allow the court to let me amend with some additional fluff language, if you will, on how good they do at the NCAA tournament. So
We
that
have
would
a
be my
motion
Second.
and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
And really and truly, read these resolutions. The success that Steve Moore has had as a coach out there is it's phenomenal. I besides, you know, and I know there's a lot of great coaches out there, but the success that he's had on that program is astounding. I mean, they've had both their tennis teams going to the NCAA tournament, which that's just incredible. I mean, we're talking with every other Division I school, and they've gone several times. And so he's been a phenomenal coach there, and he just loves Corpus Christi and continues to stay here despite his opportunities to go other places. And the teams themselves have done really well. So I appreciate that, and I'll make sure and present those.
Ms. King's going to go ahead and read the resolution as it is
Do you want
now.
to?
Do you want her, so those
Yeah.
here that aren't aware of their accomplishments will at least hear this? Yes.
Hey, Judge, I think I only have the next resolution, which is for the Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Oh,
Yeah, I
you
don't
don't
think
have
she has
the,
them.
you pulled those out?
Yeah, I think
You pulled it? Yes, okay, sorry, I didn't get that notice. Sorry.
Yes,
So the next two, the coach, are we doing that one the same way, pulling it?
Yeah,
Do we need
it's
a
just-
motion and a vote for that then to?
That was my intent, was to make that a motion for 4 and 5, but if that wasn't clear, then I'll make that one the same motion as the number 4.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. So y'all are going to present those next week after this next tournament? You and
We're gonna, it's May 8th.
redo those May 8th?
No, we're gonna go out and present them, and I'll get everybody to sign them
Okay,
with the additional language, because they leave.
After the
Well, they're all
tournament.
going home for the summer pretty quick, so I've got to
Yes,
get out there.
Yes. Okay, then moving on to item 6, in recognition of the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. None opposed, the motion passes. And Ms. King does have that one, and she is going to read that one. Thank you, sorry
Yes, Judge,
about the
no problem.
confusion.
No problem. In recognition of the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month, whereas in Nueces County, we believe that children thrive in safe, stable, nurturing families within their own communities. Through establishing partnerships with families that capitalize on collective strength of parents and their children, we can build strong, healthy families and resilient communities where children can thrive. Whereas, sadly, child abuse and neglect are still significant public health issues. In fiscal year 2022, 182 children died in the state of Texas due to abuse or neglect. 2 children being from Nueces County. Despite the complex factors that can lead to child maltreatment, it can be prevented. Whereas the Nueces County Child Welfare Foundation has supported and advocated for Nueces County children for over 21 years. Along with partnering organizations, the Nueces Child Welfare Foundation provides services, financial support, and networking tools for children in Nueces County and strives to educate and raise awareness of child abuse prevention. Each year, this month of April is dedicated to recognizing the critical work being done across our great county to protect our children. Whereas child abuse prevention is a task that requires daily work and continued education of everyone in our county. Child abuse prevention cannot be tasked to one person, agency, or system. We must all work together to strengthen our communities and keep children and families safe. It takes everyone working hard to create positive, healthy environments for future leaders of our great county and state. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim April 2023 to be Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month in Nueces County, and encourages everyone to learn about the many aspects of child abuse, neglect, prevention, and utilize the systems and networks put in place to protect our children. Together, we can create a brighter future for children and families in Nueces County and ensure tomorrow's leaders have the support that they need to strive and reach their potential.
Thank you, Ms. King, and I think we all agree very much on this. Is there anyone here with the Child Welfare Protection that wishes to speak? Yes.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Jennifer. I'm with the Nueces County Child Welfare Board and the Nueces Child Welfare Foundation. And like the proclamation said, it's not just one person or one organization. So with me here today, I have Monica Alanis with DFPS and some other ladies from DFPS. We've got Foster Angels of South Texas here, A World of Children, Agape Ranch and Harbor. We have 211. And so throughout our county, it takes multiple organizations that do what we do. It's a task that goes on all year long, but we definitely focus hard in April. I know several of the commissioners have been involved with DFPS and involved with child welfare and has helped us in the past. And so we just want to say thank you for the continued opportunity to be able to present this and educate the public on Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you to each of these organizations for everything you do.
And Judge, I wanted to ask, I know in the past we've always had big events, multiple events, some at the courthouse and other locations, and are we doing that again? I know everything kind of stopped with COVID, and there's other events that are held, but if maybe we can look at next year, and as we're kind of reflecting on this year, but for next April, maybe really
we did last Friday have our big Go Blue event. You're right. We used to have it at the courthouse, but with we used to have it on jury duty days, so we would get the public. But that's kind of faded away some. So what we've done is we've partnered with La Palmera Mall, and on last Friday we actually had 10 organizations there, right in the middle of the mall, handing out coloring books and, parenting tips and advice. CASA, along with the organizations that I mentioned, CASA joined us, MCH, and a couple of other organizations. But we would love to have more input from the court. We would love to set up that partnership like we used to have back in the day, because any involvement we can get from the county to try to educate people, we would love to set that up. Yes, absolutely.
Thank you for your work.
We're excited
May
about
we
that
get a
as well.
picture?
Absolutely. And we have a.
Where's the other one? Over there.
Thank you, ma'am.
I had my pen, I was going to bring it, I forgot, so I'm glad you gave us another one. How are you?
Thank you all for what you do.
Change it. You got to change it.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna take a couple. 1.
Thank you, ladies.
Ladies,
Thank you all for all
thank
you
you all
do.
for what you do. Appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Where is it? Where's all of this centralized? This one, if you have both of the signatures. Did I write in what you write? More of a need for the court.
Next up, item number 7, in recognition of National Library Week, April 23rd through the 29th, 2023. Ms. King, you want to read that one as well?
Yes, Judge. In recognition of National Library Week, April 23rd through the 29th, 2023. Whereas libraries provide the opportunity for everyone to pursue their passions and engage in lifelong learning, allowing them to live their best life. Whereas libraries has long served as a trusted institution for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. Whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as populations as they serve and ensure equity of access for all. Whereas libraries adapt to the ever-changing needs of their communities, continually expanding their collections, services, and partnerships. Whereas National Correctional Officers Employees Week in Nueces County recognizes correctional officers, employees for their role in safeguarding and assist citizens of Nueces County by providing safe, secure, and humane incarceration of offenders within their custody. Whereas libraries play a critical role in economic vitality of communities by providing internet and technology access, literacy skills, and support for job seekers, small businesses, and entrepreneurs. Whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that promote a sense of local connection, advancing understanding, civic engagement, and shared community goals. Whereas libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideals for all. Whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Commissioners Court of Nueces County, the week of April 23rd, 2023 through April 29th, 2023 is recognized as National Library Week. All citizens are encouraged to visit our local libraries to explore the wealth of resources available.
Thank you, Ms. King. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And Ms. Ida, are you going to speak about this? Thank
Yes,
you so
ma'am.
much for being here this morning.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, and again, we're very proud and happy to be here to be recognized as Library Week. We have a lot of functions going on this week. We have Dia de los Niños. We have programs on Thursday, programs on Saturday. And I couldn't do this without the great staff. I only have 3 of my librarians with me today. I have Crystal, my assistant librarian, and I have Brandy and Garza and Cynthia Garza, the law library. And the remainder are at the Keach Library and at the Bishop Library. We have a busload of kids coming in this morning from Driscoll. They wanted to have programming, arts and crafts, and a little bit of STEM technology this morning. So we're doing that this morning. And so we've been very busy and blessed to have many partners, including many partners in Nueces County. So we couldn't do this without the partners in Nueces County and all the other partners that help us during programming. And so thank you very much. We appreciate it.
We have this for you as well. Would y'all like a photo
Yes,
too?
please.
Yes.
Hey, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. All right, yeah, thanks.
Waiting on you, dude. Oh. Get in there.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And item number 8, in recognition of National Correctional Officers and Employees Week, May the 7th through the 13th, 2023. If you want to read that, Ms. King.
Yes. Commissioners Court Resolution in recognition of National Correctional Officers and Employees Week, May 7, 2023 through May 13, 2023. Whereas National Correctional Officers Employee Week was first proclaimed on May 5, 1984 by President Ronald Reagan when he signed the Proclamation 5-187 creating a National Correctional Officers Week to recognize the men and women who work in jails, prisons, and community corrections across the county. Whereas National Correctional Officers Employees Week became the official name the first week in May, when in 1986 the U.S. Senate officially changed the name from National Correction Officers Week. Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week has been designated as week of May 7th, 2023 through May 13th, 2023 by the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Whereas National Correctional Officers Employee Week honors the work of correctional officers and correctional personnel for their service with honor, respect, and integrity, and raises the awareness of the duties, hazards, and sacrifices made by the correctional employee. Whereas National and Correctional Officers and Employees Week in Nueces County recognizes correctional officers and employees for their role in safeguarding the citizens of Nueces County by providing safe, secure, and humane incarceration of offenders within their custody. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Commissioners Court of Nueces County, the week of May 7, 2023 through May 13, 2023, as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. All citizens are encouraged to pay tribute to the many correctional employees working in Nueces County for their vital public service they provide.
So moved.
I second that. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And the sheriff, would you like to say anything, or we want to say thank you first, by all means.
Administrator, hey, you guys come up here, man. These are the real deal right here. This is what correctional officers look like. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. Thank you so much for this recognition. We would love to have the hardworking men and women of the Nueces County Sheriff's Office, Nueces County Jail, to be here today to accept this recognition. However, they are doing their jobs right now, keeping the jail safe. So on behalf of the Nueces County Sheriff's Office, we want to thank you for this recognition. You've had the opportunity to meet our jail command staff on many occasions. You know our sheriff very well, but these are some of the officers. We have our corporals, Corporal Anthony Perales, Corporal Jared Perez, and Corporal Amanda Abrego. We also have our gang intelligence officer, who he is Deputy John Martinez. He is assigned to the jail as well. And we could not do the job that we have to do every single day if it wasn't for these hardworking men and women of the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. So again, thank you very much for this recognition.
Yes, no, thank you all very much for what you do every day.
And we would also like a picture, if that was okay.
Of course.
It's about them. It's about them.
Sure, you don't want to.
It's about them.
Ready? 1, 2.
There's always a good sheriff in town.
Can you take a half step right here? Thank you. Perfect. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you all very much.
Appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very much appreciate you guys every day.
Thank you all.
Need, I did the public comment. Moving on to item, what? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Henderson wants to speak.
I think you called public comment.
I am going to that right now. Yes, excuse me, did you need something?
No, I was just making sure you knew her hand was up.
Yes, okay. She's wanting to speak in public comment then?
I think so.
Okay. Miss,
Yes.
do you want to unmute her, let her?
She has to unmute herself.
Ms. Hernandez, did you want to speak?
Okay, yes. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I would like to bring up item, let me make sure I get it right. 3A, number 13. The splitting of Precinct 8. Oh, my name is Lisa Osborne Hernandez, 5826 Llano Drive. So I don't live in Precinct 8, but in looking at the two maps that you have suggested for the split, one does not follow the mandatory within 5% of each other for precincts. The second one, however, where it's more evenly split, does. So keep that in mind when you vote on that. And also, you know, if we do this one precinct every 2 years or one change every 2 years, it's going to take forever to get the county in compliance. Now, I know statutorily you do not have to do justice of the peace nor constable areas, but as long as you're redistricting, let's do that too. I also then request that I be allowed to speak after executive session to item 5C. Thank you.
Five C.
The district attorney.
Oh, that's after executive, yes, okay. The next, first person on the list for public comment, we have Becky Moeller.
My name is Becky Moeller. I reside in Nueces County at 7217 Sparkle Sea Drive, Unit EE. And I come before you today to talk about the issue with regard to choosing the legal counsel for our district attorney, Mark Gonzalez. One of the reasons I think that we're here today is that I thought it was on the agenda at one other time and got scrubbed for some reason, so it's gone on and on and on. And then he found it necessary to hire his own counsel before the visiting judge, Judge Peoples, was here. If we had done this in a timely manner, we would have had this resolved long ago, not had as much emotion involved in it, not had as much money probably spent as we're going to spend. And so I'm here today to ask you to please. He had to hire counsel to defend him in front of Judge Peoples. I hope that you'll vote to allow him his own counsel, Chris Gale, to represent him and pay for that. That's my request of you today. In my world, it appears one of the things that we used when I was working is you can sleep on your rights. That's an old arbitration thing many of y'all have probably heard over the years. You slept on your rights. I think you, commissioners and judge, have slept on your rights on this particular issue, and it should have been handled before the first court case. And I would ask that you grant him the counsel that he's requesting. Well, I think, of course, I know there's three, but I would ask that you grant him the counsel of Chris Gale, who picked up the pieces and tried to represent him fairly at the Judge Peoples thing. The last thing I want to say, not on this topic, is on Corrections Officers Day, say a prayer for the Daniel Nagel family who lost his life at the Beeville prison, probably in the 2000s. He was stabbed by an inmate. So thank you for doing the Corrections Officers piece today as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Carrillo.
Hi, my name is Joan Carrillo. I live at 4055 Calarmet Drive, and I'm here to speak today also regarding the petition against Mr. Gonzalez. I just want to say now that the court has announced that they will pay the attorney fees for Mr. Mark Gonzalez, I hope and pray that the people who have so earnestly petitioned for this will now support the court when whatever you decide on how to judiciously spend this county's money for these proceedings. I also want to strongly state that after looking and reading over the lengthy petition, that Mark Gonzalez does not seem to be the victim in this case. The real victims are the families of this county who have had their victims' rights violated and who will never see justice. Also, I must say our own county will be a victim as well, because now we must spend our valuable resources to defend his lack of actions. I urge the county to choose the attorney that will represent Mr. Gonzalez, whoever that is to be, and to limit the amount of money and time that will be spent on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Jones.
Hello, my name is Patricia Jones, and I live at 4334 St. George Drive in Corpus Christi. I'm here today to ask that the court vote in favor of confirming Chris Gale as our DA Mark Gonzalez's attorney. I feel like Mr. Gonzalez should be able to choose the attorney, and Chris Gale is already very familiar with the situation, so I think that would make common sense to just keep it that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Linda White.
My name is Linda White. I'm a
resident of Nueces County in Corpus Christi. I live at 825 Egyptian Drive. And I would like to speak in favor of appointing Mark Gonzalez as current attorney because it makes fiscal sense. You shouldn't be paying again for services this man has already done. He's already prepared cases. He's already worked with the defendant. And I'm glad you decided to pay for his attorney because county employees should not, and elected officials, including yourselves, if you're sued in reference to your performance of your job, you should have the support of the county behind you. Thank you so much.
Carolyn Kiovula? Sorry.
Good morning. I'm Carolyn Koivola.
Sorry.
And no one knows how to pronounce it, so that's okay. I live at 930 Coral Place in Corpus Christi. I'm also the Precinct 5 Democratic Chairman. And I'm here this morning to urge you to confirm District Attorney Mark Gonzalez's choice of Mr. Gale as attorney in this baseless lawsuit. I'd like to thank you for making the decision to pay for his attorney. And also I want to mention that to me it seems only logical to allow his current attorney to continue rather than choosing someone else who will have to duplicate the work that's already been done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sean Flanagan.
My name is Sean Flanagan. I live at 4218 Herndon Street. And I want to congratulate and commend the court for the mature and professional and nonpartisan way y'all have been handling this very unpleasant issue of the recall petition and the issues that come out of it reference our DA Mark Gonzalez. I wish to make 2 points. First point, a false narrative has developed that this is a political issue. The folks that say so are deceiving the public. This is an issue of a public official who has been so derelict in his duty that he has endangered all the people living in Corpus Christi. The record clearly shows that Mark Gonzalez has released thousands of people who have committed acts of felony-level criminality with no accountability for their actions. Each one of these acts of a felony criminality has a person behind it who's been victimized. Consider, a woman finally calls the police because her boyfriend's been physically abusing him. The police come and arrest him, and then the DA releases him without charge. What happens next? Does he say, well, I got away with it and I shouldn't do it again? Or does he go after his girlfriend and report him to the police to make sure it never happens, that she never does that again? That girlfriend has had no justice. Who pays her legal bills as she cannot count on our DA? What recourse does she have for protection against the predator that the DA released without accountability? This woman's story is repeated 1,000 times in our city. That's why Mr. Gonzalez has this petition. That's why he's going to trial. Not because of his political affiliation, but because of his dereliction of duty endangers everyone, but especially the most helpless in our city. The record shows that people that Mr. Gonzalez has released with no accountability have gone on to commit further physical abuse, further sexual abuse, and have even escalated to committing murder. That's the truth of this recall petition. Shame on anyone else who says differently. Point 2, like everyone, Mr. Gonzalez is entitled to legal counsel, and he can pick anybody he wants if he pays for it himself. But if he wants we, the people, to pay for it, then he needs to happily accept whoever this court decides to appoint for him with whatever limit this court chooses to do. If Mr. Gonzalez does not want to have any legal bills, that's real simple. He resigns. That's what he should do if he's worried about how much his lawyer is going to cost him. And looking at the evidence in that petition, that'd be a smart move. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Carter.
Hello, my name is, pardon me, my name is Joe Carter. I'm from B County, Texas.
I knew Dean actually when he was a kid. I have a letter I want to read into to the record here. To each of you, thank you for your dedication to public service. I wish to encourage and support you in your functions as both trustees and fiduciaries. As you care for the public trust, you set policies and you manage public resources. My experience as a trustee and a fiduciary has spanned nearly 6 decades, all of which required me to give prudence and care to the management of assets belonging to someone else. The level of a fiduciary's prudence and care for the assets of others is to be before, above, and beyond the care of their own assets. I've found that being vested with such responsibility is both a high honor and often a thankless task. While residing in B County for about 30 years, I've rendered service and support to county governments and law enforcement agencies and recognize that good government in Nueces County can and does affect governments in the surrounding counties for good. To that end, it's always hoped that the next infrastructure project or contract for service is delivered as designed and contracted for and also on a timely basis. However, subsequent reviews of many private and public projects and contracts for service that ended in less than satisfactory found the commonality that, in retrospect, the contractor or provider, in this case the public defender, who you have in question, should be examined to make sure that they have ever finished 3 projects, whether large or small, with the quality of being both finished ahead of schedule and back of budget. Most fiduciary decision makers who award contracts and engage professionals depend on 3 key points. These are the deliverables or the specifications, the dollars and terms and payments, and the deadlines. The common failure here in unsatisfactory outcomes is that they do not consider perhaps the most important intangible quality of a service provider, which is whether or not that person or company has a record of delivering a quality product or service both ahead of time and back of budget. There are many contractors and service providers that seek to get into a contract with no conscience or perhaps even a premeditated plan to incur excess cost and not finish on time. It's not prudent to anticipate that a provider who has proven untimely in the past will be on time and within budget for the project then at hand. I urge you to always determine whether contractors and service providers have a record of returning projects finished on time and within budget. This afternoon you'll be convening on item 5C on the agenda. The importance of your prudence and care in making this decision is much greater than it may appear from the dollar amount involved. In this decision and others, I urge you to know the record of the intangible character and quality of those who you're dealing with. Again, I thank you for your service.
Thank you. Samuel Foyer? Fryer, sorry.
Judge Scott, Commissioners, I'm Samuel Andre Fryer. I live in zip code 78414. As a retired colonel in the Army, there are 2 things I hold dearly. One is Scripture, the other is the Constitution of the United States. As far as Scripture is concerned, it says that He has shown you, O man, what is required, what is good, and what is the Lord required of you, but to do justly, to love mercy, and walk humbly before your God. During public comments, several citizens attempted to make the request to remove Mr. Mark Gonzalez from his office as political and an ethnic issue and label it a threat to democracy. It is neither political nor was it ethnic, and it is within the law. In this constitutional republic, we the people are the government, and we cannot ensure a more perfect union without upholding the constitutional laws of the land. This is what a district attorney is elected to do for the people. The Bill of Rights also grants the accused of crimes the right to a speedy trial, a public trial, and an impartial jury, to be informed of the nature of the cause of accusations, to be confronted with the witnesses against him, and to have compulsory process of obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for their defense. Now, the right of trial by jury is also extended to suits of common law. Now, our district attorney has been informed of the nature and causes and cause of accusations against him. His request to have the charges dismissed have been denied, So he will have and be afforded the right to a trial by jury where he may not only confront his witnesses against him, but provide witnesses on his behalf as being represented by a counsel selected by the county. There is one other right that must be granted him, and that is the right to a speedy and public trial. As a taxpayer citizen, I implore you to do whatever within your authority to prevent this trial from delay and lingering. Another related right within the Fifth Amendment prohibits depriving a person of life, property, and liberty without due process of the law. Now, understanding this, if an impartial jury finds the accused guilty of dereliction of the duty of district of attorney, would it not be just to have him repay the attorney fees to the Nueces County citizens, whom he will have been found negligent in serving? So what does the Lord require of you? To do justly, to love mercy, and walk humbly before your God. The victims of crimes that have not been prosecuted need their rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Holland.
Thank you, County Judge, Commissioners. My name is Victoria Holland. I live at 235 Ohio Avenue here in Corpus Christi. I'm here to speak to item, there seems to be some confusion over whether it's item 4C or 5C, but it is concerning the appointment of a lawyer paid to Mr. Mark Gonzalez and the fees we're in. I want to mention briefly that Mr. Gonzalez has, as of yet, not had to defend himself. Mr. Gonzalez, as of yet, no trial has started. Mr. Gonzalez, as of yet, has been able to sit back, watch the proceedings, and see if a judge decided that this case has merit or not. Now, this was a neutral judge chosen by the Supreme Court of Texas. I think it's key to note that this judge in the past has always dismissed cases like this. The fact that he chose to move forward indicates that this is not a baseless case, nor is this a case where it was frivolous or particularly viciously politically motivated. Now, I will be honest with the public and say that my name is, again, Victoria Holland, and I'm the Executive Director of Citizens Defending Freedom here in Nueces County. Our organization has supported this petition from the beginning, and we've supported it because we believe in the citizens of this county, and we believe in rule of law and in victims' rights. And at the end of the day, we believe that the women, children, and families of this county deserve better than to see their abusers back out on the streets with their charges completely dropped. Now, I am going to say that Mr. Gonzalez deserves a fair trial, and a speedy one at that. My plea to you here today is to act as fiduciaries of the people and not only decide on a reasonable expenditure of funds for the defense of Mr. Gonzalez, but also a time limit in which to use these funds to avoid any sort of delay tactics from either side. We want to see justice done, and we want to see justice done swiftly. To avoid even the appearance of conflict of interest, we would prefer that you appoint a lawyer who does not have a history of suing the county. And we would appreciate it if, despite the fact that Mr. Gonzalez, I'm sure, would like to hire the most expensive trial attorney he can find, let's be honest, when you use public funds for your defense, you typically get a publicly appointed lawyer. That is what it is. And at the end of the day, this is my personal feelings on the matter, and I believe that there is some precedence that this would be allowable. If he is indeed found guilty, we would like to see him repay those monies to the people. Ultimately, it's the people of this county that matter. It's their stories, it's their safety, it's their livelihoods. And Mr. Gonzalez will be successful with or without this position. I fully believe that he is an individual of immense intellect, and he will use that to rise regardless of the outcome of this. However, right now, we have to be concerned about the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Vaughn.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I had a hard time back there not saying aye, but I didn't.
You could have.
You wouldn't have taken it. Every day you sit up there and you make decisions that some the public likes, some the public doesn't, and it's very difficult. I'm here today to comment on the decision you made representing DA Mark Gonzalez. I think that public officials, especially DAs and judges, should be held to a higher standard because they are entrusted to uphold the law. The public voted for him when he took office to do just that. I'm not a fan of the DA, but I recognize and respect that he was elected by the citizens. And in America and in this country, you are innocent until proven guilty. So whether you dislike him, whether you're Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, whatever, you should always have representation if you're accused of something. And I think the county should pay for it. But that being said, I trust that you will make certain conditions in his representation. I hope that you choose the lawyer because the citizens are paying for it. You know how lawyers are. They can charge a bunch of money, a bunch of hours, and the price will go up. So I think you should get to choose that. I think a limit should be set, and I think that a stipulation should be made. The county pays for, the citizens paying for it, that he cannot come back and sue the county for anything after that. And most importantly, if he is found guilty of the charges, he needs to reimburse the county for all expenses and all the fees. And if he is innocent, he shouldn't have a problem agreeing to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray Madrigal.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to address the issue concerning Mark Gonzalez. You know, we've heard a lot of people come up here and say how we should limit Mark Gonzalez's expenditures regarding lawyers and how he should be forced to reimburse the county whether he loses this case. Now, what hasn't been addressed is that a portion of these taxpayers are forced to spend money prosecuting this frivolous lawsuit because the county attorney is not doing this for free. It's costing taxpayers money. Now, if it's going to cost Mark Gonzalez money if he loses, then it should also cost the plaintiff money that he should reimburse the county if he loses. Now, the fact that, you know, it's coming to question about Mr. Chris Gale. Mr. Chris Gale is an experienced attorney who's been on this case since day one. The Commissioner's Court, I believe, failed Mark Gonzalez in responding in a timely manner to give him the representation that he needed in a timely manner. I've been through the initial hearing before Judge Peoples. I came in a couple of weeks ago to address this court regarding this matter, and here we are again, all over again. I would like to thank the three commissioners, Gonzalez, Mares, and Hernandez, for sticking up and attempting to do the right thing. I will say this, that you know, it's getting tiresome, you know, to come back here and have to fight for democracy, have to fight for, you know, against people trying to disenfranchise the voters of Nueces County. Mark Gonzalez wasn't elected once. Mark Gonzalez was elected twice by us. And for the county attorney to take it upon herself to disenfranchise voters, that's a big no-no, and it should be considered, and I would request that Chris Gale be allowed to represent him. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Sines.
Thank you for pronouncing my name correctly.
Well, I am a supporter of Mark Gonzalez. I'm really more a supporter of something bigger. The attempt to circumvent democratic elections is becoming more and more real. We saw it on January 6, 2021, when a constitutional process was taking place, because it was. And they did temporarily stop it. And, of course, it proceeded, and a new president was elected. Today, they're trying to do the same thing. You see, they're going to talk about the Constitution like they really believe in it. Well, we know that democracy exists in this country. It's real simple. It's 50% plus one, and you win. If you lose, you get a shot to run again. That's the system. Every one of you all got elected that way by a majority rule. This is so important. They tried to get Mark Gonzalez out not only once, but twice, and they lost. And now they're trying to find a different way. What they're not telling you is if Mark Gonzalez is removed, the governor will then appoint a new district attorney who will very likely be a Republican. That's what they want. They want a Republican in there, and that's fine. But you got to win the election. That's democracy. That's our system of government. We use it a long, long time. I'm asking you to stand up for democracy. I'm asking you to stand up for Chris Gale, because as Mr. Chesney has stated, he's a really, really good attorney. He sues you a lot, and he's very successful. But he did brag about how good he was. And man, when I heard him take on Jenny Dorsey the first time, he ripped her to pieces. It was real bad. So what I would say to you is stand up for democracy. Thank you.
Before you leave, would you state your address? I'm sorry, I forgot to get that.
6022 Sweecombe Street.
Thank you. R.B. McQueen? Did I say that wrong? Is there's anybody else that didn't get the chance to sign up? Yes. If you'll come up and state your name, and then you can sign this afterwards. Your name and address.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Amy Fallon, and I live at 6794 Paloma Avenue in Bishop, Texas, which is Nueces County, rural Nueces County. I am the Community Relations Manager for MHID, and I am here to talk to you guys about an agenda item on deck today. It is an MOU between the Nueces County Keach Library and Bishop Library and MHID. As you know, MHID is the designated no-cost provider of services, mental health services in Nueces County, and intellectual developmental disability services. But apart from that, one really important thing we do is bring the community resources and education. And I think it was said earlier from the Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month groups, they were saying it takes many agencies to make a difference in the community. We are just one of the agencies that are going to be partnering with the library. But on top of that, we are active in the community right now with programs and resources. We do Kite Fest. We do Mental Health Teen Fest. We do suicide prevention training. We do mental health first aid. So please allow us to continue our work on the ground here in Nueces County, serving this rural community. And honestly, there can never be enough organizations to serve rural South Texas, rural Nueces County. So please continue to let us do our work with Keach Family Library. Thank you.
Thank you. If you'll sign in the back, she has that. That concludes, or we have one more that wants to? Yes. If you'll just state your name and address.
All right, where's the microphone?
Right there.
Here. Okay, thanks. Yes, I'm Ron Stringer. I live at 3410 Lagoon Shores Road in Flower Bluff. And is that good enough?
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, we are not trying to get a Republican into office. We're trying to get a man into office that will defend the people of this city. Look at Chicago. Look at all these other cities where people are taking revenge into their own hands. When you have a loved one killed, there are people out there that will grab a gun and go after the perpetrator because there is no law. When you have a man that lets people go, that runs the time out so they say, well, we can't prosecute him now because their time has run out, you can say he's incompetent, but that's not the case. He came up to the office saying, I will not prosecute certain kinds of drug deals, and there were several things that he said he wouldn't prosecute. He made himself his own legislator. We need to defend the people of this county. We don't want to turn into another murder fest like other cities. We do not need to be our own law. We need to have a law here. And if your directive is to put a cap on the lawyers' fees, then we expect that. We really do. And I respect y'all, but we do need all of us to follow our directives. And if you're to choose the lawyer, we really expect you to do that. And we don't want. And I've heard that one of the things, you don't want a lawyer that's accustomed to suing the county. So this man should not be the lawyer. And that's all I've got to say. And I'll be praying for y'all in your decision.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment section. Moving on to item H, board appointments. Commissioner Chesney, did you want me to hold off and come back later? It's okay. H1, the Nueces County Emergency Services District 2. We have 3 positions. Their term expired. The court opened for applications. We did appoint 1, but we still have 2 that are out. The appointment will be for 2-year terms that will expire December 2024. We did get a letter of intent from Gary Graham and David Jackson. This is yours, Commissioner Chesney. Did you want to?
Judge, I'd like to a motion to reappoint Gary Graham.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to reappoint Gary Graham. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Judge, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint David Jackson.
We have a motion and a second to reappoint David Jackson. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here as well. Moving on to item 2, Nueces County Emergency Service District 3. There's 1 vacancy, and we had 2 applicants that were received. Do I have a motion for either one? The applicant was received from Calvin Kanamori and Kevin Kuiper. We have a motion to appoint Kevin Kuiper. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Kevin Kuiper to that position. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item number 3, Nueces County Library Advisory Board. They have 2 terms that expire on that as well. 1 letter of intent was received from Tabitha Greenwood for the Nueces County Library Advisory Board. Do I have a motion to?
Motion to reappoint.
We have a motion and a second to reappoint Tabitha Greenwood. All those, any other discussion, sorry?
An applicant or reappointment?
Reappointment. She's an incumbent. She reapplied.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On item number 4, the Nueces County Mental Health and Intellectual Disability Board of Directors. The court opened for applications and letters of intent. Only one letter of intent was received from the incumbent Bruce Wilson. 4 new applications, letters of intent were received.
Motion to reappoint Mr. Wilson.
Second. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Or is there just one position?
That's what I was going to ask, Judge.
That's what I'm trying to read on here. Day that's not on here. Did y'all? 4 turn. There are 4 positions, so we need to appoint 4 people. Yes. Okay, so we have the one motion for Bruce Willis, and we have a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Bruce Wilson, not Willis. I keep saying
Wilson.
Willis. I went to school with the Bruce Willis. The motion passes. Thank you. And then we have 3 other appointments. We have a letter of intent from Sandra Gomez, an application from Jackie Caldwell, an application from Carol Houston,
And Jimmy Rodriguez.
And are these
and
replacements? I'm sorry. Are these?
Jimmy Rodriguez, a resume.
So are some of these going? Some of them
The
did not
one was
reapply?
Bruce Wilson. Wilson was the incumbent. 4 new applications and letters of intent were received. The others are not incumbents.
Right. So these other ones did not reapply.
No.
Is that right?
The ones that expired, yes. So we have Sandra Gomez, Jimmy Rodriguez, Jackie Caldwell, and Carol Houston. But we only have 3 positions available. So does someone want to make?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for Jimmy Rodriguez.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for Jimmy Rodriguez. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion for Carol Houston.
The motion passes. We have a motion for Carol Houston. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second for Carol Houston. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And we have one more, right?
So. Motion for Jackie Caldwell.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for Jackie Caldwell. Is there any other discussion?
A question on this, not just on this appointment, but Ida, maybe you can help us, or if we need to get Tara in here. So, to me, when it's described as letter of intent usually is the incumbent, right?
Yeah.
My experience. So I see that there's a letter of intent from Ms. Gomez, but no application. And when I look at the list, she's not on the list. So I don't know if we can get Tara to screen that or how we do it internally to ensure that there's a distinction and maybe that name doesn't even get included, maybe, just to help us with confusion, because to me it's a 2-part thing. Like if you want to set in a letter or resume, that's great. But if you're new, you got to put in an application.
Application like everyone
Right.
else.
So
Yes.
that's my only
Very
concern
true.
on this one. I
So
mean, I would
she's-
consider her, but because I don't see an application, then I would have to go with Ms. Caldwell then.
Okay. That's a good point.
So if you could just work on her and tweaking that just for
In the
because, you know,
future, if
it's-
she wants, yeah.
It's confusing when we get up here, so that's just my.
And we have Tara, she can
Okay.
speak.
So just to make sure I'm understanding correctly, I think in the past or the way I at least understood it, it was you can do people could submit a letter of intent. Ideally, they would do an application. But going forward, if they do submit a letter of intent, follow up with them and make sure they do an application as well.
Yeah.
If it's a new person, that's how we've always done it.
Yeah.
That's how we've always done it, is if it's a new person, there has to be an application.
Right.
Reappointment is just a letter.
Yeah, reappointment, just a letter.
Just a letter. So we have a motion and a second for Jackie Caldwell. Is there any other discussion?
Thank you,
All
Tara.
those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. And I think that takes care of everyone on that board. Yes. Moving on to number 2, the consent agenda. Are there any items that a member wishes to pull? I need to pull item T for, we'll table to the next meeting.
Is that a motion, Judge?
A motion to table item T on behalf of Dr. Fagan. He's not ready to move forward with that.
Second.
We'll move it to the next meeting. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you. And do y'all have any?
Yeah, I want to pull D.
D,
Special motion.
D is in dog?
D is in dog.
Okay.
Special motion.
we have a motion. I'll second that.
Judge, you want to pull
Judge, you want to pull it right now?
Oh, you just want to pull it for discussion, so
Okay.
yes. Any other, you're not tabling,
Want
okay.
to pull O?
Yes. D-O,
No. Yes. D, O, and M.
D-O, and M,
Judge, I'd like to pull N as in Nancy.
N. Any others?
Judge, I'm going to want to speak on O as well.
Oh, okay. We've already got it pulled, so we'll have discussion on that. Commissioner Hernandez, do you have any that you wish to pull for discussion?
No, Judge, I think they've been pulled already.
Okay, so, is that all for everyone? Then I will accept a motion to pass the consent agenda excluding item D, M, N, and O, and T. Well, T's been tabled, so we don't have to do it. So a motion to.
Wait, you pulled P or no?
T, we tabled.
Oh, T, sorry.
Yeah, so I don't need to include that in our list. A motion to pass the consent agenda excluding items D, M, N, and O.
So move, or second, if that's a
Yes.
motion. Second.
A second to the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. So we will move on to item D.
Okay, on item D, I think the last meeting we had kind of told Mr. Pimentel, I guess, to get with Dale, and I don't know if y'all got together, Dale, or not, to go back and review whatever the amount we owe to the land, and again, and I think these are the same ones that were submitted last time, but I talked to Mr. Pimentel this morning, and the information they were requesting has not come in yet, so I'm going to go ahead and, again, table this until we get the information that we need. I think it was approved to pay pending the backup being submitted by them, which was discrepancies as far as the hours and the days and everything else. And I know that we contacted him. I know one talked to him, but one's sick, and I talked to him this morning, and he said he recommends that we table it. So I recommend we table it too, because we haven't cleared it yet.
Okay, so
And
we have a
that's gonna
motion to table to the May 10th.
Well, hold on, but which one? Not all of them.
That's going to be table number, everything to do with land, right? Number
35 through 40, I believe it is, Commissioner.
Start
35,
it.
36, 37, 38, 39, 40.
25, 26,
Wait,
35.
25, 26,
But it's
35.
35.
34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40.
All of the LAN invoices?
Right. So those are still in question.
That's 25, you're right. 25, 26, 34.
And I still need for them to go ahead and get together with audit department and find out what do we actually owe them and how much, and get it paid.
34.
Well, Commissioner, we did get with Juan and his staff on these items, and they did provide us the revised bills that they have, and they did authorize them. That's why they're included, or we wouldn't have included them.
I talked to one this morning.
They provided the information to us.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about Public Works.
Yeah. Well, I think I want to go back and share with Juan again, because I talked to him on the phone, and he said, go ahead, I'm going to table it,
Okay.
So, Judge, I would like to make a motion to pass all of the other ones on here, other than the ones that Commissioner Gonzalez just recited, which were 25, 26, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. Those would be excluded for the moment.
I'll second. Oh, go ahead. Commissioner Martis, second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Let me just go back, Adele, to the one we had before. And maybe we just, my intention were, again, let's do everything we owe for a lump sum, right? From this month, because November, December, everything should have been in, right?
We believe they should have been, but again, we only put these on when we receive them from our office, and we have to rely on the department to provide it.
Okay. All right, so that's another thing. I think we need to, when Mr. Pimentel gets back, we need to sit down with him and find out where we're at with that.
So did you make a motion? Was there a motion?
There was, we already, now we need a
I was just
motion
asking
to push those to the May 10th meeting?
Yeah, May 10th.
You have the motion?
Well, the motion will include the 10th May.
Okay, so you're gonna read them again, because I kind of did those other ones, so.
25?
In clarification, Judge, so Jenny, I know we've had this overall
About the
philosophical
pay
debate
date.
on many
Yes,
issues.
yes.
And one is the date, but also the payment, right, the timing, that just worries me. So I support needing to exclude certain items and review them more, but can we ask, I know we can't direct you, but can we ask that someone from your staff be a part of that discussion? Because we need someone to, I mean, unless you feel that we're okay, but don't we need somebody kind of pushing the narrative of getting?
He maybe can address.
He may be able to fill in some facts that I don't have,
So maybe.
So before we make your next motion, why don't we ask about those invoices? Yes. You're in the hot seat. Thank you for showing up, Juan.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Yes.
So Juan, my question on the items that Commissioner Gonzalez wanted to pull, my concern is just the timing. I know we've always talked about the invoices when they're coming in.
Yes, sir.
As opposed to when do we need to pay them. That's my only question, right? So if we could just get that addressed, right? I don't have a problem tabling if we need to, but I want to make sure that that's addressed because I don't want to get us in trouble by taking this action. I support the commissioner wanting to review it more, but I also don't want to get us in any kind of bind to where we're holding back invoices based on like what Dale said for several months already.
Okay.
And I believe Dale stated that he already received the backup, so are you saying that they're ready to be paid?
Yes, if we have, do you have the backup, Dale?
Send us a backup, that's why we included them, but if there's still items to be resolved.
I would. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dale.
If there's still items to be resolved, we'll pull them for discussion in May.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, I know that we talked to my staff talked to Ellen yesterday, and we're still waiting on some minor backup information for these invoices. So we can.
But on all of them, or just like?
Well,
is there any of them that are okay to pay? I'm just asking because John makes a good point. I'm just. I mean, if there's.
We already approved to pay them, pending on the backup.
No, I'm saying, but have we gotten the backup on any of them, or are we needing to do all of them and hold all of them? Because there's a bunch of them on here, and maybe we got backup on some that we could
go ahead and get
approved. But if they're not, that's okay. I'm just asking you.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, what happens is there's several invoices that are out, right? And you have, I think it's, I'm just going to throw a number out. You have 30 and you have all the way up to 50, right? So if you do something on 30, 31, and 32, and you have to modify those numbers, then it's a domino effect for the remaining invoices. So that's the reason why we can't recommend, or I wouldn't recommend approving these invoices until we actually get the backup information. So it's a domino effect if they have to modify some numbers.
Can we strongly urge you to get this item taken care of before our next meeting? This needs to be priority. We've postponed it twice, and if we owe these people money, we need to pay them for services.
I totally agree, Judge.
I feel the same way, Judge. That's what we approved to pay them pending the backup corrections. But if they owe us money, then they should pay us the money. I mean, why are we paying something that it wasn't done? That's my question. I mean, I don't care paying them. You know, we pay them whatever we owe them, but if they give us invoices that are not documented, that you can't track them, how are we going to pay them? You know, that's the problem I have with a lot of these people we're dealing with right now, because maybe that's the way they were trained to do by the previous judge. You know, they just approve. You know, but I think it's time to us to go look at all this invoices that we're getting, you know, and scrutinizing what's going on. I mean, you know, why is the information not there? You know, I mean, we're asking for dates, we're asking for times, we're asking, very simple, very simple. If they did the work, it should be there. I mean, that's the only thing I'm asking, not just.
No, I agree with your concept. All I was asking was, do we have to table all of these? Are any of them ready to go? Huh?
I mean, you want to pay them. I mean,
No. I'm saying because we're waiting the backup. If we're still waiting for backup on every single item, but we're talking about tabling 10 different items. That's all I'm asking is, has any of the are you satisfied that any of these, and I don't know if you even know which ones we're talking about, but it's 24, 25, 34, 35, 36. I mean, there's a bunch of them.
Yes,
we
sir.
don't have the backup on any of those?
Well,
or the needed backup?
Yes, sir, we need backup.
On all of them?
On several of them. And the thing about it, Commissioners, like I said, it's going to be a domino effect too. If they do have to modify a dollar amount or dollar amounts, then it'll be a domino effect to all of them. So we've been in contact yesterday with LAN, and we should have all the documentation ready for next Commissioners Court.
But you submitted this to Dale for payment because you thought they were ready, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So that's what I'm trying to figure
Yes,
out
sir.
is if they're not, why would
If they're not, why'd you submit them then?
why would you submit
Norman,
them?
I recommended them, Judge and Commissioners, for them to get paid. I know Commissioner had some questions regarding them, so those are the questions we're just.
Okay, so and that's fair. I mean, if he's got so these aren't really your questions; they're Commissioner Gonzalez's questions.
Yes, sir.
Fair.
Yes, sir.
That's okay. That's
Okay.
clarification that I wasn't aware of. Thank you.
Sir.
So Commissioner Gonzalez has made a motion to table items 25, 26, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 payments to our next meeting, May 10th. Is that the date? May 10th. Yes.
Did you need a second, or you have a second?
No, I need a
I'm happy to
second.
second. Sure.
Okay. And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you for being here. I hope you're feeling better.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Moving on to item M, approve supplemental agreement number 7 for no-cost time extension to the engineering service contract for the I.B. McGee multipurpose. Scott, you're up. Thank you.
What questions can I answer, and who's asking?
I have a question, Scott. It was me. On M, it says approval supplemental agreement number 7. I mean, is it for time, extended time?
It's just extending time for the engineer.
About 7 of them?
Well, Commissioner, it's been a snake bit project. You know, there've been all kinds of unknown conditions, and really, it's the contractor that's struggling in some cases to get some of the work done. He has RFIs, requests for information, so we've got to keep our engineer on where he's not asking for any more money to be able to answer those questions. And many of the questions come up with unknown conditions because of where we started with the building, after it sat so long after Hurricane Harvey, waiting on this insurance settlement. So, I mean, we're getting there. Now they're talking about the end of June.
It's ridiculous, but this is a no-cost extension, and like you said, we don't really have a choice. But the whole project's ridiculous.
Well, I know it's a no cost. That was my question because
Yes, sir.
I mean, I see 8, 10, 9, 10. I said, what's going on?
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, I'm going to be coming back in here with a couple more change orders. They're going to cost us something. We're still in budget, but I just put you on notice. I can't get around it.
Do we have a motion for this item then today to pass?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the supplemental agreement number 7. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
I got the next one, too.
Okay. Item N, authorize execution of an agreement with Mott McDonald LLC for engineering services for Packery Channel Living Shoreline Project.
Judge, I just pulled it so Scott could introduce the engineer real quick and then move on.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So Aaron, you want to come up? This is Aaron Horan, Mott McDonald. We selected Mott through a very extensive RFQ process. We had about 7 respondents, and Michael and the rest of the scoring team, I think Ade was on that team. We worked really hard to select the best engineer we could for this kind of project. So I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. Thank you, everybody, for selecting us. So yes, my name is Aaron Horan. I'm a resident here in Nueces County, and I'm a principal coastal engineer and office manager for our office here. So we're really excited about finally being able to do some work for the county and to serve you guys well.
Thank you. Excited to meet you.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you. We like that resident of Nueces County. Stay here.
Yes,
Thank you. Good
yes.
job.
Do we have a motion
So
to
moved,
pass?
Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and second to pass. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much. Moving on to item O, except for record purposes, the following executed lease agreements at the Nueces County Airport. That was yours. I think you pulled, Commissioner
Oh,
Gonzalez.
yeah. Again, I think we talked about this the last meeting also again. I know it's in the backup, but I thought we said we were going to try and document the amounts on when something come up like this. What were the amounts we're paying for?
Oh, I didn't remember you saying
like
this.
it's $250 each according to the backup, but it's $250 each hanger. We should put $250 by each one of them, so people in the audience know, and people they know how much we're doing, how much we're paying, and there aren't any questions down the road. Say how much was that hanger for? But and I think we just talked about this the last meeting. So anywhere we're going to have monies, I think should be indicated.
It should be indicated, you're wanting it on the front page when
Right.
we list it,
Right.
because it is listed in the back in the consideration, but yes,
But people don't get the fact.
exactly, yes, I agree. So is
So
that a
I-
motion
that's-
to pass then, moving?
I just want to bring it up, so I move.
A motion to pass that,
In your motion, put the amount in the motion, and I can add in the minutes.
The motion included that this amount be stated.
Just, you can state, if you state it now, just for $250.
the $250
Oh,
for,
yeah,
yes.
well, I approve, my motion is that we approve the
Okay.
hanger for $250 each.
Yes.
Second discussion, Judge.
We have a second, and is there any other discussion?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, go ahead, sorry.
Just on this item in general, we always have questions, right? We always look at how the hangars are, I think we've gotten a better process down. This pricing seemed scattered a few years ago, and I think we've gotten it better managed now. But is there a chance that we can get the airport director to come in? I don't know if we haven't had him in a while. I'm saying like in person, like a presentation. I know we've gotten presentations in the past, and probably just with COVID and everything else, I don't recall that we've had one done. It may have been done by you or someone else on staff, or just something we've adopted, but maybe just something overall that helps us maybe with visioning.
Yeah.
I don't think that they have met quite in a while with their board, and that's a board that we appoint. And they were always a very active board, and according to appointees that we have on there, they haven't had a meeting in a while. So I don't know how accurate that is, but maybe if we can get Mr. Cox to start working on that again, and then come back and give us a report sometime in the summer, right? It doesn't have to be right now, but also maybe his chances during budget time, that he schedules some time then. Maybe we can do it during the budget workshop, and he can give us just a brief overview. But I think that's real important, because, we're doing good work there. We're trying, he's done a great job in turning us around there, but the board is not connected with him at this moment. At least, like I said, the last I heard, which was probably about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So that's concerning to me.
Okay.
So if you can just work on that with him, I appreciate it.
I work with that director.
Thank you.
Now, Commissioner, that would be a good idea, because this last fiscal year, we had to implement GASB 87, which is our lease agreement requirements, and we need to make sure we work with the airport director to make sure what our hangars are running for, and to make sure they're paid in full, so we don't have any requirements on our reports.
Okay,
Thank you.
great idea. He is online, but I don't see that he is asking to speak or anything, so he might be busy, but we will get him in here and try to take care of that, yes.
Not a rush.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to our regular agenda then.
I'm going to make a motion to table number 1 indefinitely.
Table indefinitely. We have a motion to table number 1 indefinitely.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. I'm sorry, Ida, we can't talk about it if he has to table it. You may get with Commissioner Gonzalez afterwards to discuss why. Item number 2, discuss and consider approval of Dune protection permit for mitigation and compensation.
Judge, could I, I'm sorry, I meant to ask if I could, I have one that I wanted to table, or so if people are waiting for it, just to be sure, and it's regular agenda item number 5.
You want to table that one?
Yes, indefinitely.
Okay.
And I'll put it back on when Scott tells us it's ready. That one's not ready.
It is moving.
Yeah, no, it's right. So motion
But
to
it's
table.
not ready. We have a motion
Until
to
Scott
table
Cross puts
item
it back
number
on.
5 until they ask to bring it back. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes to table. Now going back to item number 2, are there any other ones that people wish? Do you want to go ahead and see if there's anything else anybody wants to table?
10? No? No, go ahead.
Okay. Item number 2, discuss and consider approval of dune protection permit for mitigation and compensation of previous impacts to dunes and dune vegetation.
Yeah, this one is administratively correct and ready to go. And this is going to fix some unauthorized construction activities that took place prior to getting a permit in place. And I recommend approval.
Move passage, Judge.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. And you're still up. Item number 3, discuss and consider approval of a dune protection permit for large-scale construction of a single-family residence.
This is pretty much a standard large-scale permit. Everything's in place, administratively correct. GLO's looked at it. We're ready to go. Recommend approval.
Motion.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Oh, any opposed, same sign, but the motion passes. We're all here. Sorry. Item number 4, discuss and consider approval of a dune protection permit for the repair, replacement of a dune walkover ramp terminating on the beach and additional compensation of dunes and dune vegetation that will be relocated from the adjacent to the walkover to the fore-dune area behind the proposed ramp.
Yes, ma'am. This is Mustang Towers. For you who are familiar with the island, probably know that. Anyhow, they had a dune walkover out there that I actually helped them fix the end of it after Hurricane Harvey within the boundaries that we could just do that. But they've decided, the HOA over there has decided that they would rather have that be an accessible walkway, giving people more accessibility down to the beach. And so this is a full-blown permit to do that, just that. And it's ready to go. Recommend approval.
Judge, motion to pass, and I have a quick discussion once there's a second. Thanks.
We have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
The only thing really, because we're going to blow through these, and I think we need to, and that's great, but I do want to thank Scott for all the work that he's put into these. I want to thank the BMAC for the work they put into these. These are moving better now. We've got a better system in place. Much appreciated to the BMAC. Much appreciated to Scott.
And I'd like to thank Christine Majors, who we hired as a third-party consultant to help me do all
Much appreciated,
this.
Christine. We appreciate your moving these things, because these are really crucial, and we've had a lot of clog up out there, and not pointing fingers, just saying we have, and we're trying to get that clog up.
I'll point them.
So thank you. It's fine. It is what it is. So we're moving on, moving forward.
But thank y'all. I mean, it's not real fun, but we're glad to keep it going.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Item number 6, Discuss and consider approving and executing Amendment Number 1 to extend the office lease agreement between Nueces County and the Corpus Christi RTA for housing of the Nueces County Social Services Office and the Veterans Service Office. And I have been over there and looked at these, and the space is perfect for what they're doing, and I would make the motion myself to pass this.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Do y'all want to talk about it? It was like...
Judge, I've been on record, and I'm going to stay on record. I know I'm the only one, and I'm okay with that. I still think I think the more we move out of the courthouse, we're just costing money where we could have put stuff in the courthouse. So I don't support this, but it's not because I know it's not a great space. I've never voted for this, and I'm just going to stay on record as continuing to believe we should.
Well, I will let you know that at the moment, we do not have a location here for them.
Kind of gave some of that away, but we do because we've still got third floor and we've got other spaces. And anyway, so we do have space here that we could retrofit, and we could probably use ARPA money for, like we just did for the public defender, and not be paying lease space, because we could retrofit the space over on the third floor. We could do some other, we could do some retrofitting here if we wanted to. But again, I've sang this song for about, how long have I been over there now? 6, 7 years. So I've sang this song for 6, 7 years, and I don't get anywhere on it, but I'm going to keep singing it because I think we could put them in the courthouse, retrofit it. We have ARPA money that we use for the public defender. We could use ARPA money for this and be fine and not have to pay lease money that comes out of the general fund.
Well, I supported it from the beginning, and I thought it is a good location. It is great. It is accessible.
It's a great location.
But I want to join the choir, right? I think it's time to move them back to the courthouse. I think the third floor, it's space there on the third floor that we need to utilize. Once the IT should be out of there completely. The public defenders should be out of there. So I think we need to start looking at how can we utilize that office space there for the veterans and maybe social work. So I know that we're getting ready to probably open up the clinic also in Calderon, so maybe we need to look at something else over there for social work. And maybe the veterans too, right? Have an extension. So we're going to be working on a lot of things coming up. So I myself think that it's time to, we're talking about $60,000, $70,000 here. So I think we can utilize that more into the county facility.
And Judge and Commissioners, I do invite you to come by the offices, and so we can show you, like we did to the judge, how we work with our bus pass system, right? For our veterans, it's easy access, especially for those with ADA issues. I mean, they just jump on the RTA bus and they're off to their appointments, their medical appointments. I'd love to show you how we operate and who we work with as far as RTA. So,
and I agree with all that, but at the same time, we ran social services and veteran services out of this building for many, many years, and it was fine too. Is there always a better option? Yeah, but it's also an expensive option for this county that we don't have to undertake. And I think we could absolutely use ARPA money that we've just used for the public defender's office. And I came around on that one. I wasn't for that to begin with. But we have this one-time chunk of ARPA money to be able to go and retrofit space. And I think we are absolutely not doing the right thing by approving this, because we could use this money better served, and we could still serve our veterans very well, still serve our social services very well, retrofit the space the way we need to, and keep them here in the courthouse. But I mean,
And Commissioner, I agree with that wholeheartedly. The problem I have with it, I think we should maybe do that anyway, is their lease comes up and they need space now. If we retrofit the construction, they haven't even started, and we're not even through moving things out on the library construction. So that takes time. They need a space right now. So if we want to talk about that in the future, I'm not opposed to that at all.
No, I think
Yeah.
I think we need to prepare ourselves for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Because we have the buses stop right in front of the courthouse, and like Commissioner Chesney said, we've run it those kind of services here for a long time without any problems. So, but I think we should start preparing ourselves.
And if I can say, Judge and Commissioners, if we can look at maybe an easy access point, because we do have a veterans pantry now. We didn't have that when we were here at the courthouse, and it's a big pantry. We refill it every single month. And so that's something that we do. It's easy access for us there. So if we can find something that would accommodate the pantry, that'd be great as well.
I'm concerned about how much we spend, but if we could spend that much here, imagine how much more we could do as far as services for our veterans.
right.
So if we
Saving
just
that
say
money.
it's, we don't change anything, we don't recoup that back into the general fund.
Spend it for
that we just spend it in services, maybe
Awesome.
additional personnel.
Great
Right, I
idea.
know you all can always use even a part-time
Great
person.
idea.
If we can incorporate that in, I agree. Like, let's do a year plan. Let's say now we're going to start aiming for that. And that still may not be enough time. But I think in the end, you're right. If you add it up over the years and multiply times the growing rate, that's a lot of money that we could have put back into social services and the veterans. Now, the hard part is making sure that we bind future courts to do that, which we know we can't. But that may be the benefit if we do that, right? So I support with what the judge says is we're just out of time. But
No.
if we can guarantee that amount when we move you back, short, the differences in the cost for the ARPA funding and all that, but we can put that into an even
Services,
split,
your
half and half,
facility, yes.
then I think that's going to help you all out serve the community so much more. So just my thoughts, just spitballing here, but I do see where there is a benefit to bringing them back in. I know it's a great facility, it's a great location, but I'd like to recoup that money somehow and put it out into direct services.
I'd just like to say we have 15, 16 people working out of our office, and JJ has 3 or 4 at a time. So we've got I don't know what space would be available here, but we have to keep that in mind, the amount.
And you are doing it very well in a very confined space, I saw. Yes, thank you very much.
Well, I don't think we're looking at doing it now, but, I
Next
think.
year,
if we
this lease
build
is
it by
for
next
1
year,
year.
Like you say, you
Hey,
build it,
I'm
they'll
thrilled.
come, right?
I haven't gotten anywhere before. This is awesome. I mean, that's a great suggestion, John. That's a great.
So we
I'm
may
okay.
add that to the motion.
Well, if the motion is to extend it for 1 year and move them back and retrofit space in the courthouse, I'll make that motion because I just think that's the way to do it.
And allocate ARPA funds to pay for it.
Right, and right for the retrofitting, and as John said, and to use this for veterans services and social services. That money
Can we
that
add
we're
all
spending
of that
on the
in one
lease.
motion?
Yeah, I mean that's a great.
That's pretty long.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I don't want to repeat that. Did you get it, Kara?
You mean to do it again? I'll be happy to. I'm fired up. Okay.
Do it. Make it make sense, though.
The motion would be to exercise the first option term to extend for 1 year. At the end of that 1 year, both social services and veteran services will move back to the Nueces County Courthouse with retrofitted space using ARPA funds for that retrofit, and the amount that we're spending on the rent would be split between veteran services and social services for veteran services and social services.
And we have a second?
Second.
All the, Commissioner Hernandez already seconded it.
sorry.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign? Okay, moving on to.
Thank you, Judge.
You're very welcome, thank you. Item number 7, discuss and consider authorizing the county judge's remaining ARPA funds for oil belt improvements. I have selected this park because I was instructed by TAC that these are easy and they are all very much approvable for ARPA funds. This is a large park. It has 10 different fields. You have boys and girls that play there. You have Little Miss Kickball. You have baseball. They have national championships. This park has been ignored for years and years and years because we didn't have funding. There are a couple of very big things that have bothered me about this park because I do go there. My grandkids have played there. My son-in-law played there as a kid. It is out in that area. But one of the things that caught me about this and was a big concern to me is, and I know you have to do what you have to do in the past with time and resources and money, but the restrooms are out in the middle of the parking lot for little kids walking out into the parking lot. I absolutely saw that as a safety concern and a major issue out there. The concession stands all need to be, I think they've been condemned, basically. There's some major problems out there, so it needs a lot of work. I am requesting that all of my remaining funds go towards that.
How much is that?
How much?
I have $3,187,000 and $187,400. Yes.
$3 million for the park?
Yes.
Is that an
And
indoor?
Judge, and I want
Is it an indoor complex?
It is, no. But from what I understand, we're going to go out and we're going to talk to some people. I'm understanding with a large facility in this many fields that it could even need an additional $1 million. So I may be coming back begging for y'all for additional funds. I just think this is a project, we do have this opportunity. Hasn't been done for years and years and years. And I would request that you all allow me to do this project. So.
Judge,
We have a
Judge,
motion and a second discussion. Yes,
I
Commissioner.
just want to add, I want to thank you for doing this. When I first came into this Commissioner's Court, Precinct 1, I looked at it and I spoke to some of the directors there, like Jerry Baytek, and I asked them, how can I help? You know, I know it needs fixing. So there's no way I was going to have $3 million. Okay. So I'm glad now that you're here, we're joining forces, and we can get this park done, because like you said, that park and others have been neglected for a long time. So we need to get them up to par, so our public from Precinct 1 and anywhere else in the county can come and enjoy those parks. Okay. I mean, there's a lot of things going on. Little Miss Kickball and other baseball teams that are coming
Softball, baseball.
in. So thank you very much, Judge. I appreciate your help, and it's well accepted. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Commissioner,
have.
did you want her to put a dog park out there? Just kidding. I just
They do have thousands. They have over 1,000 kids that play in these parks every year. And I know this is leased to the oil belt, but it is not exclusive to them. They have Wednesday night oil belt games, and then the public and I know adults play out there as well. It is open to everyone. It is a huge facility, and I think it benefits the community a lot, and I'm very happy to be supportive of this. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
That's very cool.
$3,187,400. So,
Judge, excuse me if I may add, we are very proud of our oil belt teams.
absolutely.
For several years, they've won the World Series.
The World Series.
So they've done very well, and they deserve a well park, a lidded park.
Name it the World Series Park. The World Series Park.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
World Series Park, exactly. They've won it a couple of times, and those kids play there. They're really good. Okay, moving on to item number 8. Thank you all. Discuss and consider authorizing payment to Hagerty Consultant for outstanding invoices related to the American Rescue Plan Act funding administration and other related. And I believe, Commissioner Gonzalez, you have this, and Lulu is here.
Did you get that summary that I asked for?
Yes, you have, I give it to Peyton. You got it? Okay, I have an extra.
Maybe. Hold on.
I have extra copies.
I'm sorry.
You want them?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was in this stack. I didn't see that. No, I'm sorry. That's my bad. And Judge, when I met with Ida briefly on this yesterday and just said, could you please just give me the court a total of what is undisputed so that we can pay the undisputed amount
Very good.
and
Yes.
then dispute the rest of it. Then that was what I'd asked her for, and because when I looked at it, I couldn't figure out what we owed and didn't know.
So you're saying the 72,000 is undisputed?
Well, I don't know. I'm going
and
to let
we'll
Ida
have
tell
to
me
wait
what
to
this
see.
says, because
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes.
She gave it to me earlier, and I just didn't see it, so that's on me. But so is that what?
That's just part of it. That's just part of it.
Right, but I mean, how much is undisputed?
$72,413. So
And
the
what
one
is-
in the middle, that is the number that it should be paid.
Okay.
And then Lulu and Jeff went through the invoices, so they can explain exactly what is the inconsistencies with invoices that we're going to dispute the $112,000.
Okay, so then my motion would be to pay the undisputed amount of $72,413 today, that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Okay.
And not pay the 100.
Well, I want to hear from that.
We
I
have
wanna
a
hear about
motion
that.
and a second to pay the undisputed amount of $72,413. Is there any other discussion about the undisputed amount that we owe? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Now, let's talk about the questionable.
Yeah, I've got to go to the bathroom.
Any questions?
So,
What are we waiting on the outstanding invoices? What is the question here?
Oh,
Yes, Lulu, you passed this out.
yes, I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
We haven't received December's, I have not received December's 2022 invoice for my review, and we just received February's Friday.
They've just skipped over December because we have January's invoices?
Correct.
so okay. So on the amounts in question, it's January 22, March 22. Am I reading that right?
Yeah,
because
there's amounts
y'all
on
marked out
those.
on these invoices, like some of them were disputed and some of them weren't. So what's the dispute, I guess?
Oh, okay, so the dispute is, what I'm trying to do is, what they're submitting on their summary, I want to correlate it with documentation, which I have not seen. So, and I know that there's some that were just, nothing was circled or anything like that, but it did not have, was it performed on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday?
So you're waiting on backup to justify, because I saw these and I went through them, and it's a huge stack, right? And it's really hard, and I see all this stuff circled and some crossed out, and so it's really hard, for me to understand. And then there was an amount on one, let's say for 58,000, that was cut down to 24,000, not cut down, but that's the undisputed amount. So what is it that y'all still need so that we can clearly tell Hagerty, look, we're not telling you we don't owe you this. We're just telling you we don't have the backup to know whether we owe you this or not. Do you believe they know what they need to give you? Jeff, I mean, anybody?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume they know what they need to give us, yes, because we've told them.
Okay, so but you haven't gotten, you or Lulu or Ide, none of y'all have gotten what you need to approve these bills.
That's correct.
Okay, that's fine then.
And Commissioner,
that's your word on that. I mean,
and beyond the backup also, and Jeff, you can explain, all these invoices include, it's work authorization for ARPA. But if you look into the invoices, they also combine COVID and ERAP. So it shouldn't, they have to separate that. So that's why we're going through it and say, no, you shouldn't be charging the county for COVID to pay you with ARPA money. There's two different work authorizations.
Two different,
okay,
yes.
fair. That's fine.
They need to
Then I
divide
would
those out.
make a motion to.
I have a.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to, for discussion, I was just going to make a motion to. But go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead and make a motion
No,
for discussion.
I was just going to say, would make a motion that we bring this back when you have the backup necessary, and in any of it. In other words, you can piecemeal it if you want to, because if you get some more, let me take this back.
We need to pay them as soon as
Right.
we get the
If
backup.
you get some more
instead of
undisputed,
waiting.
don't hold all of it, right? So my motion would be to bring these back in whatever manner you need to bring back, piecemeal or not, to pay as you no longer dispute them. That would be the motion.
Yeah, understood.
How long we gonna, okay, I second the motion.
We have a
Okay.
motion.
Now go ahead.
Language discussion.
So it's not that there's lack of communication. I have communicated with Hagerty. Also, you've submitted a letter.
Right, the famous letter that our office sent out. But yeah, we have been in communication with Hagerty. We're trying to get down to the nitty-gritty on this and
I believe you.
get some itemized backup.
And Jeff, I want to thank you and Lulu and Nadia for working really, really on this. I know you've done a lot of work. I know you've done a lot of reading, a lot of research here, and I commend you for, I don't wish you a headache that you had from doing this thing here. But I know, Jeff, that you also sent a couple of letters at one time to Hagerty, advising them that they had a timeline.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And then they responded to that correspondence.
They sent us information, but they sent it piecemeal. They didn't send it all by the due date. That's accurate. They did send it piecemeal. It has been coming in.
Okay, well, we're doing this, and I'm glad you said piecemeal, because I think we have to put a deadline to this thing. What we owe them, we owe them. They need to submit whatever we owe them, and we need to cut them off, like we did, the same thing we did a while ago. We owe somebody the money, it was pay them, but if we don't know it, don't pay it. I mean, if they can't provide documentation, you know, because I read the documentation, and, you know, here we hire somebody to do work for us, right? I mean, I hire you to do work for me, and I'm paying you for the work you're doing, so I expect for you to give me a report, right? Because I'm paying you.
Sure, that's fair.
But then you're gonna come back and charge me to give me a copy of the report that you're supposed to give me anyway, or you're gonna charge me for making copies of that report. How does that work? I mean, you know, why are we paying for that? I mean, they're charging us thousands of dollars to make copies.
Of an invoice we should have already received that we
Invoice
didn't
should have
get.
sent, oh, we're looking for this invoice, we spent so much hours, we're looking for this, you know, we put everything together. How do you, I mean, we paid you for the services, you should provide us those documentations, right? If you didn't, why are you researching all this stuff? Why are they doing all this research? 6 hours, 7 hours? So I think those are the things we need to look at, because I don't feel we should pay for anything that they owe us, you know, and they owe us those reports, those documentations. No, this is on them. I mean, we paid them we hired them to do a job, and they should, part of that is giving us a report.
There's a gentleman named Kevin Fuller that works for Hagerty, and we're trying to set up a meeting with him, basically to ferret all these things out. So,
You know, and I think, Judge, at the end, probably at the end of the day, maybe before the 10th, maybe I'd like to, you know, kind of have Jeff and Lulu have a meeting with Hagerty, you know, and come up with a solution and say, look, if we can't prove what we owe you, this is what we owe you, and that's it. We need to cut them off at one point.
Can we put a deadline on if they don't produce the invoices, then I mean, if they did the work, it's
If they
kind
did the
of-
work,
yeah.
then unless there's something in the contract that they concede, you know, if we don't bill you by a certain time, we don't bill you.
In the future, we would like that in all of our contracts with people. They need to have deadline. They have an obligation on their end as well to give timely invoices. I do understand sometimes the supply and paperwork getting turned in, but this is very out of hand. Yeah.
How do we handle this, Jenny, when they're also charging us for other programs that we never approved in Commissioner's Court? You know, they were dealing with NCDC, they were dealing with the peer, they were dealing with everything else that we never approved them to do that, but they were doing all those things. And they're
I
charging.
think those are that's being taken out, right?
No, not
right. I mean, technically, we're talking about the ARPA stuff, but you're correct. They were billing under different work authorizations, is what you're getting at.
Right.
Excuse me, Commissioner, I don't know if you recall or not, we had them on Zoom, and somebody here asked a question to Hagerty, and Hagerty's response was, we only answer to the judge, to the former judge. Okay?
Wasn't to me.
So that was their answer. So they've been very disrespectful to this court, okay? And I think we should really take them to task, you know.
Well, we just want to clear this thing here. I know, Jeannie, I don't know how long, it's like the other ones. I don't know how long we drag it out. I mean, we can't be doing this for a year, you know, piecemealing. It's got to be a time where we say, you know what, if you can't produce it, you haven't been able to produce it the last 6 months, you don't have it.
So there is no other motion on the other part other than a direction for them to get together and have a meeting with Hagerty to get this resolved.
And to bring it back as you get invoices resolved.
Yes.
As
Correct.
they become undisputed.
Right, gotcha.
Okay.
That right.
So we don't need a motion for that or anything?
We've already made it.
All right. The first part, we already paid and got that motion, yes.
No, we already made the motion and seconded, Judge.
Oh, okay. For direction, we have a motion and second.
Can we repeat it again, Judge, please?
Yeah, please.
The motion, I'll try it again. The motion,
paid?
that was the motion
No,
was
you already
to.
paid.
No, the motion is to take the disputed bills back, work with Hagerty, get whatever it is necessary for you to make them undisputed, and as you get them undisputed, bring them back for payment at that point.
You've already paid that. Okay.
I probably can't repeat that a third time, so.
Yeah, I hope you got that, Kara. We have a motion and a second
Go watch
from
the film.
Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Okay, I'd like to make another motion, though. Jeannie, I don't know, this is back, I mean, again, I'm going to bring back the piecemeal thing. When do we stop putting this piecemealing together? I mean,
At this point, we don't have a choice.
you know, I mean,
She's saying we don't really, you can't not pay somebody if they.
well, we don't know, I mean, if they can provide us something that they did it, how do you know we did it? I mean, because they say they did something, doesn't mean they did it.
Well, that's what we're figuring out now, but as far as a blanket rule about when do you stop, that's a very individualized, fact-specific question.
So we just don't pay no more until they show it something?
Well, we're not paying.
We have to look at what the requirements are in the contract and whether they are fulfilling those in documenting their billing.
Teresa would like to speak also real quickly.
Excuse me, Judge and Commissioners, I just wanted to make a note that the invoices from Hagerty regarding COVID and regarding the winter storm, they were also pulled for additional backup by Commissioner Gonzalez, and it's my understanding that they're ready to process. They've been reviewed by EOC, and they're going to be on the agenda for May the 10th.
Oh, okay. So they're
So
not
it's
on, they're not
different
on
from the
today.
offer that you're discussing, but I just wanted you to know that those will be on the agenda for May the 10th, which will be the final billings.
But that was for COVID.
Yes, sir, for COVID and the winter storm.
Right, not for ARPA though.
No, sir.
Okay. Yeah, the winter storm, that should have been closed already, but I don't know what, again, I saw some bills there, Teresa, but I don't know what, again, they're going back and trying to pick up some charges. We just got to be careful what they send and look at it, because what I saw there in the winter storm and saw in the COVID, it kind of crosses over to ARPA, and I think what we're paying ARPA, they were charging us for that in ARPA, they were charging us for it in COVID. So I don't know if we paid it twice at one point or not, but I think we just have to look at real good at the invoices that they send us and what the dates are, and make sure they're not also in the ARPA funds.
And we need the total
Yes,
separation
sir.
of those two.
Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on, thank you. Moving on to item number 9, discuss and consider approving payment of outstanding invoices from ICE engineers for October, November, and December of 2022 and January 2023 for the Tri-County Drainage Study. This is pending backup, but I understand they have received some of the backup. Have you, Anna?
We did receive the backup that was being requested, but based on that, it was incorrect, which caused the invoices to be incorrect. So I'm communicating with ICE, and they're going to have to revise those invoices.
Okay, so I'm going to probably do the same thing I did before with the other ones, that we approve payment pending on the corrections of the invoices and the backup.
Okay, just not these invoices that are attached, because those are incorrect. So once I get the correct ones, I can submit it through special motions,
Right.
and they'll be.
Yes.
Right.
Well, hold on. This is a little different, right? I mean, you're saying these are not correct invoices, so we can't pass these because they're not
Right,
correct.
that's what I'm saying, not these, but when they do come in corrected, I will submit them as special motions to the auditors as with regular, my
I
cover
think
letter.
they're saying the invoice is correct, the backup support is not
Not
correct.
these invoices that are attached.
Oh, these, well, how do we pay invoices?
That's what I'm saying, we
He's
cannot,
saying, no, wait, that's what I'm saying, we can't
Yeah.
authorize to pay because
Oh,
these
yeah.
aren't correct.
not these invoices, no.
So
Okay.
so as we get them, then we pay them.
Yes, sir. As we get them in and we review them and make sure that they're correct, I will submit it with my cover letter for approval of payment to the auditor's office under special motions.
But then it would come back to us under special motions.
Yes.
Right, okay.
And is this the same issue that we had the last meeting where there was some confusion between the invoices with Ms. Roth and ICE, or is this separate, right? Wasn't there some questions on the
This is the
Tri-County
same.
Drainage Study that was on the invoices as
This
well?
is
similar.
Yes,
We were
This
billed?
is-
that we're waiting on backup information on,
Yeah.
from just that one vendor, ICE.
It's like we get one issue and there's so many parts to it. It's
Yes.
like, gosh.
And it becomes
it's
a domino
lot.
effect, like
Yes.
Mr. Pimentel stated, you know.
All right,
so.
thank you.
So, and again, let me ask the same question I asked on the last one. Are any of these correct that we could pay to get them some payment? Because, no, none of them. Okay, fair.
Nothing.
All right, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Then,
Thank you. It's good.
motion to, want to table it until the May 10th meeting?
Yeah.
Or, I
Or just
mean,
put it under special motion?
I would just put it under special motions once I receive the corrected
And you'll
invoices.
give us a report on the 10th. Or you don't, Okay,
It'll
we'll
be
see the
added
special
to the
motion.
agenda
Okay, that's
with the
fine,
10th
that's
on
fine.
the
So you're
special
just
It
motions
will
check
be-
register.
Because I
Yes.
will be getting it and then submit it in
I
by
will
meeting
sign
their
off
deadline. and-
afterwards for them to do the check.
Right, so then we
yes.
would just motion to table this
Yes.
indefinitely, and you're just going to put it back on. Okay, so I would make a motion to table this indefinitely, and you're going to just put it on the special motions.
Yes. We have a motion to table indefinitely and
you.
for Anna to put it in special motions. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 10, discuss and consider the fire marshal position and whether the vehicle and other assets assigned to this department need to be reassigned in order to be utilized and other related matters. I know one of the issues on this is the job description, and it has been updated with help from the fire department out there on the base, and Chief Clack as well, his input, and then Commissioner Gonzalez added some wording in there for the job description to go out. It was sent to all your offices for review. I think that is a separate motion that we will have to vote on as well, so I would make the motion, since we presented it, to accept the job description as changed for the fire marshal.
Second. This is a position.
Yeah.
I'm going to table the position.
We're tabling the position, we're doing the job description.
Okay, so there's been a motion second, so discussion. So
Yes.
I don't know, in other words, I don't know how much time we want to spend on a job description if, for example, the court decided we wanted to go a different direction, because, you know, one of the things that has been brought up is, do we need to hire a fire marshal, or do we need to contract with a fire department and let them do it? Because we had a really hard time getting applications at the pay rate that we had. So one, we'd have to increase the pay significantly, in my opinion, to get qualified applicants. Or do we say to Chief Clack or Chief Becerra or the new fire chief at CC Fire Department and say, we'll contract with you with a memorandum of understanding, and you be our fire chief, our fire marshal, and we pay that amount of money that we have allocated for them as a contracted service? Because to me, that, I don't even remember who floated. I think it was Joe that floated that idea, or Commissioner Gonzalez. So I think that's a very pragmatic approach to this, because we had a really hard time.
I agree wholeheartedly.
So I don't know that
Moving
we
forward,
want to spend
and they
a lot
were
of
the
time.
ones that came to us, and we really kind of thought, at one point, I think we discussed utilizing the city's fire chief and doing some type of memorandum of understanding with them. But they felt like this, and especially with the growth in industry out in the outer lying areas, that this was a very vital position that was going to be needed in the future and the growth. But I think that's an excellent point in going through with them. So if you want to wait on that, I have no, we were going to not put it out for jobs yet. We were waiting to have more meetings with them, so it's not necessary to move forward on the
Well,
position.
since it says other related matters, I'd like to hear from everybody else, because I don't want everybody to spend a bunch of time, and Commissioner Gonzalez already has, but all the rest of us having to go through and dissect more job descriptions. If in effect the court feels, I get that we need someone to do these things. I just don't know that we need it to be internal when we have fire departments all around us that have the abilities and to do it. Why are we reinventing the wheel? I mean, we've got so many fire professionals in this community that we could contract with one of them to do something like this and provide the services needed, and we pay for them. So, but I don't know how everybody else feels. I mean,
has anyone met with them individually to see if any one of them is willing to take this position on in their department?
No, because we haven't. I don't want to do that without. I mean, in other words, I don't want to spend a lot of time unless I get some direction with the court. I'm happy to spend time doing it, but I don't want to do it without court direction either, because it's opposite of what the court's voted on before, and I don't think that's appropriate. So that's
one
why
of the
I
other
wanted to bring it up here.
problems that was addressed in this discussion as well is the game rooms needing their inspections done. They're having, a lot of the reason why we had to postpone some of those people with their applications is they legitimately couldn't get people to come by and do their inspections. So that's also going to be a responsibility of the fire marshal as well.
That I have not heard, Judge, because the city should be doing those.
Well,
that's
the
within
ones
the
Not
city.
all are
in
in
the
the
rural
city
areas,
limits. They're not all, yeah.
That was an underlying issue when we dealt with the gaming issue a few meetings ago. That was one part of it, is that dealing with the cities, mainly the city of Corpus Christi, that there's just so big and complex that everybody had input, and getting everybody lined up together at the same time was difficult. That's just one part of it.
Yeah, that's small.
But in addition, our first initial attempt at fire marshal was given firearms. We need to account for.
No, we're going to go back.
Is that included in
That's
here?
in here.
I see it.
No, it's part
And I
of it.
wanted to ask too. I know that there's been a lot of time put into this, but Mr. Soleil, our new HR director, he's got big-time corporate experience. I don't know if he's had a crack at this yet. I know he was just transitioning in when I'm sure most of this work was already done. I would suggest him to look at it as well, if this is the direction we're taking, because one, that's why we paid him, and he just has such an impressive resume that he'd be able to pick out, as much as we become specialists in certain areas and in HR, the argument is we got into problems that we did because HR wasn't included enough or didn't give us enough insight. So I want to make sure that he's been a direct part of this, at least have a chance to review it before we go any further, because he may be able to pick out things that should be included or shouldn't, and that's going to set up, if we go that direction of picking or keeping our own, or if we want to just go the direction you're saying, I don't have a problem having that discussion so we don't really spend more time on this. We got so much else to do.
Right.
So I would want us as a court to decide where are we philosophically going? Do we just feel we can pay someone that's already qualified to do it, or do we seek someone? I think if we get the right job description written out with the right set of eyes to review it, in addition to all the work that's already been done here in the court and outside the court, but if we can have our HR director review it as well, I think he can craft a job description and really help us with recruiting, because that's one of the reasons why I supported Mr. Soleil, is because he knows what it takes to recruit people. We overall as a county, and not any individual, just an institution, and you know this better than anyone, Commissioner Chesney, we do it very differently. If you go to Corpus Christi, city of Corpus Christi, our experience is you hire a firm, right? And we don't always have to do that, but you at least get some direction from someone that has a specialty in recruiting and doing all the work done for a fire chief or a police chief or a city manager. We have always done it in-house. And you could argue, what has our track record been on hiring some individuals, not all, but some, because we haven't been thorough enough or we haven't had the right set of eyes on how we draw this description. So that would be my concern, is if we come up with a good enough description, then it helps us. I think that's part of the battle right there. I think that we can really go out to recruit someone that we need, if we go that direction. But I'd like to give it a shot first to see what can we do. And if not, then I've supported before, I've said it publicly, and the court supports going outside for services, going into a contract with someone, may be someone individually, say with the city of Corpus Christi or someone else that can do that for us. So.
And you could do it simultaneously, Commissioner.
Okay.
I mean, you could say, do it on two tracks.
Yeah.
You could say, let Mr. Soleil start working on the job description, and let's start having discussions with Chief Clack and Chief Becerra and say, okay, look, this is something we're really interested in doing. I get that they probably would rather have a fire chief or a fire marshal, but I think at the same time, if the will of the court is what the will of the court is, then they're professionals and they'll do what the will of the court is, and start with them, because we have two outstanding ESDs, more than two, but we could start with those two and have conversations, and let Mr. Soleil start working on the job description and see where we go, and then we could also have discussions with the CC Fire Department if it doesn't work with the ESDs, don't want to take it on or don't have the manpower, but
the ESDs wanted it so much, so I think that they definitely would be interested, that they were willing to contribute to raise the pay scale up so that we could get someone.
Right, or we just pay them and let them,
yes,
let them
I think that we could negotiate with them easily.
Sure. So anyway, I would make a motion then to simultaneously work on both, letting Mr. Soleil really take a long, hard shot at that job description and give us some input, and have discussions with the two ESD chiefs, or Chief Pacetta and Chief Clack, and enter into negotiations about contracting with them to have a contract fire marshal. That'd be my
Want to
motion.
direct any individual to go have the discussions on our behalf, or?
Well, you're the county judge, but
Well,
I'm not
thank
trying to. I mean, you should. I mean, I would direct. I would ask. I mean, I'm not trying. I would. You would be the natural person.
Motion to accept the job description.
Yeah.
Already, so.
There wasn't a second that I heard.
There wasn't, it wasn't.
There was
no,
no second.
discussed it.
Uh-huh.
No discussion.
Yeah,
There's no
no,
second.
we changed plans. So
So-
that's the motion, and I'll,
With direction for the county judge to be the person who has that. I mean, I'm not saying I won't help, but I think you're the county.
okay,
I mean,
I
you're
will
the
do
leader
it.
of our county, right?
Thank you.
I mean,
Can't wait.
yeah.
I'm ready. Okay, I'll second that then. And so we have a motion and a second to direct.
I hope we'll have to.
Thank you, thank you. Do you need to repeat that, or
Yes,
you
sir.
have that?
It was a simultaneous motion for Mr. Saleh to work on the job description and for the county judge to go. and for the county-
Negotiate with the ESDs and moving forward with the position, how we want.
Being contracted.
Yes, contract. And any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you.
And then the agenda item, Judge, was on the, I don't know who put this one on. I don't even know what this, was this you or?
On what?
Well, it was to talk about whether the vehicle and other assets assigned to
Oh,
this
we need,
department.
there's another motion in there, the assets that are, Jag put this
Okay,
on.
go ahead.
It wasn't all, that's why I put all the matters, because if there's other matters involved, which would be, one would be the equipment.
Do you want to talk about?
Yeah. The vehicle that we have there, Michael, is Michael here?
Yes.
Mike, want to come up, Michael? I know the vehicle has been there, what, almost a year, Michael, parked somewhere, I think.
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner.
And I'm thinking we need to utilize that vehicle if we have to, and we get a fire marshal down the road, we can worry about the vehicle then, because he might not be in 6 months, a year, whatever.
What kind of
So-
vehicle is it?
It's a truck.
It's a truck. It's been fully outfitted. It's red. It's all striped out as the fire marshal vehicle currently.
Wow.
So, and I know there's a couple of constables.
Well, everybody wants it,
Every
yeah.
person, yeah.
Yeah, there's a long list of folks that have called me about that truck.
Let's.
So we'll have to have a drawing or something.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Let's don't get into that
Yeah,
battle.
but anyway, just
Don't
see what
even
we
think
can do,
about
Michael, see, come up, give us an idea of how can we handle this, and, I don't know who needs a vehicle right now that's walking instead of driving, but, can you look into that to see?
So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure the court is aware. It is very difficult to get a vehicle these days, still. And so, if you foresee that you're going to need that vehicle in less than a year, I would keep it just the way it is.
We could put county judge on it, let the judge drive it around just for.
Yeah.
EOC?
Yeah,
and I don't know if you partnered with one of the ESDs and
If
they
they
decided
would
to take
take
this
the
role on.
vehicle, then-
Would they take
Yeah,
that vehicle?
if
That's a
they would,
question.
yeah.
I don't know.
That's a good
That could be
negotiating
an,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we just hold it then? Just, is
I
it just?
mean, we still
I would
hold it
hold out
indefinitely
until-
until y'all tell me
I would-
what to
I mean,
do
I
with
would
it.
try to hold it for at least 90 days, see what we're going to do.
Where is
We're
it?
gonna go.
It's out at the annex yard.
Okay, someone's starting it up every once in a while, make sure it's not.
Battery's disconnected.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I think in 90 days should be plenty of time for us to figure out what we're going to do with it, and so then make up our mind what we're going to do.
We'll see how fast the judge can move.
Okay.
Right,
Gotcha.
there's also some other assets that they have.
Some guns.
There's some
Yeah,
weapons involved.
yeah, there's some weapons that I believe are being held at Constable Precinct 2.
Right.
And
Yeah.
then,
But those are just being held and not used, and
Right, they're under lock and key.
So that would-
The reason my concern about that, because when I talked to the constable, so I'm getting ready to put them on inventory. I said, no, you're not putting them in your inventory. That's not your inventory. And so, and I think those weapons, I don't know why we gave them those weapons, but we gave them weapons.
Speaking.
I'm sorry. We gave them those weapons, and it's 2 rifles and 2 guns and 9 millimeters and 2 M16s, whatever they are. But anyway, I think those are really something that we can keep at the courthouse. I was thinking maybe the sheriff would hold one of the rifles, one of the guns in lock and key, not to be used, but in lock and key in case we ever needed something. Something. We know that there's a set there. Constable, hopefully in precinct 1, he's in the other end, under lock and key, not to be carried anywhere else. but in the lock and key in case we need it, we can cover both ends of the courthouse, you know. That was my suggestion.
Who are the guns registered to?
So they're registered to the fire marshal.
To the open fire marshal, not the previous fire marshal?
We'd have to pull the paperwork on it.
Because that's a big deal. We need to get that cleared up if it is
They were
to the
bought-
previous.
They were bought under the county's name.
And I think the reason why they're under Precinct 2 is a constable issue because the fire marshal was not a licensed officer. It had to be under a particular officer. I believe Constable Precinct 2 is the one that actually had the license to bring him in. That's why it's under 2 at the moment.
Okay.
He was a certified peace officer that held his certification maybe under Precinct 2, is I think would be the correct
I believe
articulation.
that's why they are now with Precinct 2.
But I don't know that. That's what
I believe you're correct.
Okay, but he was T. Cole or T. whatever
He
that
let,
was.
he let that certification go.
Yeah. Well, we've got the guns. We know.
We have
about
the
that.
guns, but we definitely need to find out who they're registered under.
Yeah,
If it is just Nueces County, or I don't know how you buy a gun and register it just under Nueces County. I buy guns. I mean,
Can you follow up again on that one, Michael, and give us a report?
Yeah.
But I think those guns should be placed where they belong.
I believe that it is under Nueces County. We bought firearms for the sheriff's office in bulk.
that way,
as
if you
well.
buy it and purchasing,
And-
then
and
that
we bought
maybe
it-
makes sense,
And we bought
yes.
from the exact same distributor that
Yes.
we used for the sheriff's office
Okay.
purchase.
So it was bought
Just very unusual.
as Nueces County designated for the fire marshal, or
I'd have to look at the paperwork.
Okay,
I can't speak to that level
Can
of
you give us a
detail.
report on the 10th, so we can kind of know what
But-
we
May
do?
10th, bring it back to.
Well, I believe was it attached to the agenda item, the list of assets?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are the items there.
what do you suggest we do with them?
Well, my suggestion would be is that the court can designate who's going to be holding these items until we designate. I think they're in a safe place right now,
Yeah.
technically. If the court would
As
prefer
long
it
as
to
they
be.
don't put them under their inventory.
Well, if they're going to be, frankly, if they're going to be held in that location, then asset-wise, we need to record them as being in Constable Precinct 2's
Right.
inventory possession.
But they can't be
But,
in
and
their
y'all can
cars.
make a motion today
Not
that
to be
says
in
they're
their
in the
cars.
possession, but they still are assigned to
Holding,
the
yes.
fire marshal.
Right.
So that way, there's no confusion later on when you go to pull them back and give it to whoever.
Well, because that may be the case too. I mean, if we do something with these ESDs, they may want it for fire marshal duties too. I mean, if we bought them for fire marshal, then it all ought to be used for fire marshal in some capacity.
Right.
Whether it's contracting out or whether we
Yeah.
keep it.
And the fire marshal had a safe upstairs for storing these, but we don't have a fire marshal to watch the safe. So that's why, they need to be somewhere, either Constable Precinct
As long
2
as they're
or the
locked-
sheriff's office.
They're in a
As long
locked
as they're
safe,
locked
and we
as
need
long as
someone
they're
to
locked
watch
and
that.
safe, that's good. Because the precinct 2 can monitor them for, as long as they're not put in the cars and all that stuff.
And if y'all want to direct the constable that they're to be stored only, make that type of arrangement.
Do you have a motion?
I make a motion that we leave the weapons where they are now for now, and that the Constable Precinct 2 will be responsible to keep them under lock and key. Not to be-
Stored only, not for
Stored only, not to be used for operations, daily operations.
Stored for the fire marshal position, yes. Okay, we have a
Or
motion. Do
until
we have a
decide what
second?
happens to the fire marshal position.
90 days, we'll see. We'll readdress that when we come forward. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. I think that takes care of everything on that one.
Yep.
Okay, moving on to item number 11. Receive the presentation on Nueces County Hospital District's proposed issuance and sale of certificates of obligation for improvements to the former Memorial Hospital campus. We have a motion and a second for discussion. Can I get something? Or
That was quick.
presentation? Go ahead, are you up?
Yes, I am. Which one is the presentation, Johnny?
This one is, the first one is a presentation, so we need to see what,
Is it the revised one? When did you get it to? Right there. Right there, yes. We don't need that one up just yet, though.
No?
No. Okay, we'll get them queued up here shortly. Good morning,
John.
Judge, Commissioners. Thank you all. My name, for the record, my name is John Valls. I have the privilege of serving as the chairman of the board of the Nueces County Hospital District, and I've got some fellow members of our team with us. We've got one of our board members, Sylvia Oliver, is in attendance also, and Mr. Granado is also one of our board members. I think you all know them. We're presenting a very exciting project today. We are, as y'all have probably noticed, or you've traveled by the crosstown, you've seen the former Memorial Hospital campus is gone. So the demolition is well underway. We have John Michael with Hanson Engineering is going to give you all an update on the progress of that. We've got Mr. Kramer, our architect, along with the Christus folks. We've got Mr. Dominguez and Mr. Desmond from the Christus system going to give you an overview of the Hector P. Garcia Clinic as it stands today and the needs for the property and the project that we're developing for the future. So with and y'all, some of y'all attended the decommissioning ceremony we had last October when Christus started the demolition of the Memorial campus. That project is well underway. It's almost complete. I think they expect it to be completed in the next short months or so. And with the hospital coming down, Christus has come to us and over the last year, 2 years, give or take, and told us about their needs in expanding the clinic. Actually, when it was first ribbon cut and built, it was already too small for them. So they need some elbow room. And with the Memorial campus being gone now, it's perfect timing to expand the Hector P. Clinic. And we've got some exciting designs on the drawing board for the clinic and the expansion of the clinic to better serve the community in that area. I think Ms. Hernandez passed out some of the presentations that you're going to be provided with today. One of them is a schematic of the hospital campus. But before we get to that, I'm going to introduce Mr. Dominguez with the Christus system. He's going to talk about the current state of the Hector P and the future for the Hector P. And then we'll turn it over to Mr. Kramer, our architect. He'll present some of the design schematic, preliminary design schematic, and then beyond him, we'll have Mr. Victor Quiroga. He's our FA, and he's going to talk about the bond financing and how we're going to pay for the project. We'll wrap up with John Michael with Hanson, and he'll give you kind of an updated timeline on the completion of the demolition. Okay, and then Mr. Hipp is also here to answer any questions that you may have. So let me turn it over to Mr. Dominguez.
Thank you, Chairman Valls. For the record, my name is Dominic Dominguez. I'm blessed to serve as the CEO and President of the Christus Spawn Health System. Thank you for having me in, County Judge, Commissioners. Thank you. We are blessed in Corpus Christi to have the relationship with your Nueces County Hospital District, Judge, Commissioners. The leadership that you just witnessed there from Chairman Valls and Mr. Hipp and others is, I think, an example, having been around the block in a few places, an example of how a not-for-profit faith-based organization can work with the county. And so as we look at it, as Chairman Valls said, almost immediately upon entering, the needs of the community continue to grow. And as we look at the evolution of medicine in a very positive way, a lot of the activities that historically have resided in a hospital now reside in a clinic setting with the talent that is being trained, with the technology that is in place, and with the ability to get to patients out there. We continue to need ongoing needs for our pharmacy in particular, and additional rooms to be able to see patients that might be urgent and not emergent. We worked with this court prior to my time, but in a wonderful way that I fully endorse, to commit to the community in a manner of an expansion of Spawn Shoreline, a complete redo. And Christus Spawn continues to grow with your county and with the surrounding areas to meet the needs of the community all through our city and all through the county surrounding the hub here of Nueces County. The pharmacy area is in sorely need of expansion to continue to meet the ever-growing needs of patients that are in our community. We need to continue to be in a position to care for patients in those areas in a more urgent fashion, not emergent, but an urgent fashion. So those are some of the needs that you'll see from Mr. Kramer, and I do believe that the hospital district will work hand in hand with them in a manner to continue to assess the needs, but those are two pressing needs at the moment. Thank you very much. I stand ready to answer any questions as the presentation goes on. Craig Desmond is our president of our Shoreline campus, which is most connected to to the activities surrounding the historic memorial. Thank you.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. My name is Sherry Kramer. I'm one of the partners at CLK Architects, and glad to be here this morning and this afternoon, actually, sharing with you the plans that we're looking at for the future. As Mr. Dominguez had talked about, Mr. Valls has talked about, we're looking at how we're going to address the needs not only now but in the future, and ways to do that, hopefully in a very economic and good stewardship way. You should have before you a plan that is a schematic plan. If you would just turn to the first page of that. The way we're going to look at addressing this, as Mr. Dominguez talked about, there are several services within the existing HPG facility that have outgrown their space. And so those need to be addressed. And how are we going to do that? Those spaces very specifically are the pharmacy space that Mr. Dominguez talked about, the educational space within the building, the enrollment area for the hospital district, and then just the need of spaces within the building and how to do that. So we're looking at moving hospital district spaces, educational spaces, pharmacy spaces, and then they also currently have a sort of a quick care, urgent care piece that we're looking at moving out of that building in order to give us space that we can then use to redevelop HPG and address some of the services that are there. Very specifically, the residency program and the family practice program, which has grown and which has needs there. And then also some of the family practice pieces. So we would infill that space. And that's what we're talking about in terms of renovation area, somewhere between 15 and 17,000 square feet of existing HPG space that would be renovated. Then we would look at, as I said earlier, moving some of these spaces to a new location. The first one I'd like to talk about is basically the Christus piece. That would be a building that we're showing here adjacent to the Hector B. Garcia building. That would be a space that would include services such as pharmacy, increasing the pharmacy size, and also one of the challenges currently with the pharmacy is the drive-up piece. Currently, the pharmacy has only just one drive-up window. It's not as efficient as it could be, and so we're looking at moving that over to the new building, providing 2 lanes, very much like you might see at an H-E-B store. You know, because of the number of scripts that they're running through there, this will help improve the flow, help improve efficiency there, and also increase the size of the pharmacy. The second thing we would do in that building would include and increase the educational element that's needed. Education, especially diabetes and other elements within the education pieces, we would expand that within that space. And then finally, we've provided space there to create an urgent care type of setting and element. So this would be a new building. The building would be somewhere in the range of about 20,000 square feet. We're looking right now, sort of working back and forth to what the specific size will be, but it would be that space. And then the county, Nueces County Hospital District would have a separate building, and that building would basically comprise the enrollment pieces that are currently in HPG. It would include moving their current offices that are downtown over to this site so that their administrative offices would be there. They would include some conference room space, and then also would include some space as a remembrance or memorial of Memorial Hospital, an area that we could create to help us remember the importance of Memorial Hospital in the years for this county as we move forward. So that building, again, we've just shown a general location for that, and would be, again, approximately somewhere around 20,000 square feet, plus or minus. What we're trying to do here is group these buildings together so we keep the traffic around the perimeter of the site, yet allowing pedestrian traffic from HPG to the hospital district to the other Christus building to go without having to pass through any sort of parking areas. And again, this is just the initial concept plan. This takes up a portion of the entire site, but not the entire site. You can see we've also shown the parking area, so you can kind of get a sense of that, the number of parking spaces, and doing that. The second page if you flip over to that, I'd just like to kind of give you a sense of the overall size of what it takes up in terms of the space. The second page shows, again, the development out on the memorial site, but the space, the clear space that you see to the left-hand side of that is the remaining space that would be available for future development on the site. And that is somewhere around 10 acres, plus or minus, that could be used for something, some other use in the future. So this is the model that we put together to help us build the initial cost of the entire project. And some of those costs, are not only building costs, but infrastructure costs, site work, and then fixtures, FF&E pieces. Any questions?
Looks pretty amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. So the way Jerry presented it, so we're going to, our mission here and our goal here is to, where the Hector P is right now, to have that solely for clinical operation. Right now, there's administrative, there's pharmacy, there's a bunch of other things happening, there's classrooms. So we want the Hector P, as it stands right now, to be nothing but clinical. So that's why we're going to create a separate pharmacy area, a separate urgent care area, and then a separate building with the hospital district offices. Right now, they're running about 15,000 prescriptions a month. So creating more efficiency with the drive-through is going to help folks access their prescriptions a lot easier. And as you know, once you miss a prescription, it's kind of hard to get back on track. So that's really the goal, is so that the Christus can operate the Hector P footprint right now as solely a clinical facility. And that's why we're moving the administrative and the pharmacy and the enrollment center and some of the other services that are currently under one roof right now. So we're trying to make it a lot easier for patient care delivery. So now I'm going to turn it over to Victor Quiroga. Victor's our FA, and he's going to give you an overview of the financing plan for the project.
This is a presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable County Judge, Commissioners, thank you for having me here today. For the record, my name is Victor Quiroga with Specialized Public Finance, and I have the honor of representing the Hospital District as their bond financial advisor. I have also the honor of managing our Corpus Christi office and San Antonio office and help various government entities go through the financing process. The presentation before you that we handed out a hard copy for you, but it is also on the screen for your convenience, is the financing plan that was reviewed and considered and ultimately approved by the Board of Managers at the Hospital District at their April 11th meeting to start the process and to start moving forward with the financing aspect of this project. And so out of respect for your time, I will not go and redo a verbatim presentation that we did for the Hospital District, because I know the county is used to issuing certificates of obligation. That's the financing tool that we will be considering moving forward with to finance a project that was relayed to you. So we'll just go quickly slide by slide here. The first page after the cover sheet is just a general overview that we shared with the Hospital District. The next slide is showing the Hospital District the bond financings that it's conducted in the past. Currently, the Hospital District does not have any bonds outstanding. The only tax rate it uses is its M&O tax rate to operate the system. And if you go to the next slide, please, you could see the trend of that maintenance and operation tax rate that a hospital district utilizes. Under state law, they could go up to 75 cents per $100 valuation, but currently the M&O tax rate for the hospital district is 9.9 cents. As you can see here, 10 years ago, the M&O tax rate was just under 15 cents per $100 valuation. So you see a downward trend. The reason for that, as you know, property values within the hospital district and the county have been increasing at that time, and so it's an inverse relationship. As those property values go up, your tax rates subsequently go down. So currently we're at 9.9 cents, and so just wanted to keep that in mind, that there is a downward trend with the maintenance and operation tax rate. If you go to the next slide, slide 4, this is a history looking at the property value trend over the last 10 years for the hospital district. In that time, on an annual average basis, we're growing about 7.1% per year in property value growth. Currently, this current year that we're in, we grew actually 14.3%. So something that we've been seeing a trend not only in Nueces County but also statewide. The next couple of slides are the pro formas regarding the impact to the tax rate for the hospital district if it wanted to finance this project. And so we ran two scenarios here, and we used the average growth rate of 7.1% just for presentation purposes. As you know, once you go past 1 year and trying to project that, it's very difficult because property values change and we don't exactly know where it is. So, and let me just summarize it here in the next couple of slides. If you could go please to slide number 7. You could see here, this is a summary of the pro formas. What we're looking at is a 30-year financing. We're looking at attaining a fixed interest rate, and this would be a tax-exempt financing. The impact here, if we were to focus on a $30 million financing, the impact to the tax rate for the hospital district taxpayers is 0.45 cents per $100 valuation. So we're looking at less than half a penny to support a $30 million bond issuance. And so we also ran the same scenario for $45 million financing. If it goes up to that amount, that impact would be less than 7/10 of 1 penny, so 0.67 cents. And so what would be the impact to me if I was a homeowner and a taxpayer here? If you're looking at taxable values, for every $100,000 in taxable value, if you were to look at the $45 million financing, my monthly impact as a homeowner would be 56 cents per month to support a $30 million or $45 million bond financing. The next slide is just general information that we shared with the hospital district regarding this financing tool, which is certificate obligation that the county is very familiar with. This is the most efficient tool we feel to finance the project that's being considered. If you go to the next slide, please. This is the general overview of the necessary steps under state law that the hospital district would have to move forward with and able to achieve a successful financing. And if you go to the slide after that, ma'am, please. Here we go on page 10. These are the general steps and an overview of where we're at currently and where we intend to be as a hospital district to achieve a successful financing. As indicated earlier, on April 11th, the hospital board received and approved the financing plan that's before you. Today, the county is receiving information on this financing and the project. And the next agenda item would be for you to consider a notice of intent resolution to follow state law and give the taxpayers notice that we are intending to move forward on this financing at a borrowing amount not to exceed $45 million. That notice would then appear per state law on the caller time starting May 1st, and has to happen consecutively over 2 weeks. And so that would appear in the paper on May 1st and then May 8th. That'll hopefully get us to locking in an interest rate for this financing after we finalize the borrowing amount, but again, not to exceed $45 million of June 20th. At that day, we would go into the bond market, lock in the interest rate for this financing. The hospital district will have a special board meeting, finalize those documents, and again, lock in that interest rate. Then we would come back to you at your June 21st regular county meeting to provide you the same information for you to hopefully approve that financing as well and lock in that interest rate. Based off of this, the hospital district would then have funds in hand by July 20th. No meeting is necessary. That's just done via electronic wire. The last page, ladies and gentlemen, is the financing goals. Again, we're not going to exceed the $45 million threshold. That's the upper limit. We're looking at a 30-year financing with a fixed interest rate, locking in interest rates June 20th, and then closing on the transaction July 20th. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have, but the goal is, and the final bullet point, which is probably the most important as taxpayers and as officials, is that we're going to try our hardest to minimize the tax impact as much as possible. The information that you have here in our pro formas, we believe, are conservative assumptions, and so we hope to come back to you and hopefully be under that. And as I mentioned earlier, the last 10 years, there's been a downtrend or a trend downward on the maintenance and operation tax rate. Our hope is that by the time we get the certified values in July and after we conducted the financing, our hope that even though you'll have an impact on your INS tax rate to support this bond for the hospital district, our goal is that the tax rate as it is today at 9.9 cents per $100 valuation would not go up. Worst case scenario would be the same, if not lower. That's what we're striving for in this finance. So we're going to be mindful of the taxpayers and try to minimize the impact as much as possible.
So what's the impact on INS?
The INS for the $45 million under these conservative assumptions would be about 0.67 cents or 0.7 of 1 penny.
And I know you don't do legislation, but in legislation that impacts the work you do, I'm sure you stay on top of it.
Yes, sir.
There's some movement afoot in Austin to maybe do away with COs. So does that have any bearing on this? If this were approved, would I mean, I guess the time frame that you would have would still fall well within anything that would be implemented.
Yes, sir.
After the session.
Yes, sir. We had that in mind upon direction from the hospital district to move forward with this and develop a financing plan and a timeline. Okay. And so we had that definitely in mind. Our goal is to issue the COs and close the transaction prior to the end of the biennium, and so that if there are any legislative changes, then we would be okay.
I know we've had so many, and I'm really impressed that all the experts that we've had come here present and in such a short period of time. It's been very concise, and I appreciate that from Chairman Valls and from your architect, and of course from Mr. Quiroga and from Mr. Dominguez. You know, looking at that page 2, Mr. Kramer, that you provided with the footprint. Right? It gives you perspective. It's almost half of what that 10 acres that you described, which will be empty soon, right? Yes, totally cleared from the old Spahn Memorial site.
18 acres.
And then right next to it, they have the existing medical examiner's office. So correct. Is there, I don't know if you know, or is there any plans for that empty space? Or
as of right now, I'm not aware of any plans for the empty space.
Mr. Valls, Chairman Valls?
Well, we do have some designs on that space for the future, but that would be conversations that we're going to have with the CRISA system. But okay. We've had a conversation with the judge, and so there are some ideas in the works, but we would have to have conversations with the CRISA system. They still hold a master lease on the property.
And I think this is just so important to mention that, because I know I've heard a lot of people over the years, especially since, 2014 or whenever this, really the first step to all of this really started. Mm-hmm. And so I've heard that from several people voice a concern as far as, well, what's going to be left, right? Because it was such a vibrant part of our community, such a draw. You know, and all these doctors' offices and other offices that lined and populated the Morgan corridor there, going right between the freeway and Port Avenue. And so it's exciting to see this, right? I mean, just the clinic itself was amazing when we had the ribbon cutting, and to see all that is there, and then to hear that we're outgrowing it, and the need for the pharmacy, and then the other offices that would be included. I think this is exactly what we need to hear, what we needed for that spot. I personally have always been worried about, was it just going to be forgotten? What kind of repurpose would be there that the community would be left saying, gosh, we should have kept Spahn Memorial there. I mean, it would have been better just to have left it there than to bring in some unknown. Sure. But the fact that y'all are working on this and the plans that you have set up, really speak to me, and I think the needs that I've heard from the constituents. And so I'm excited about this. I mean, I can imagine what the other two buildings on this site will look like once it's all drawn up, if this all moves forward. But I thank you all for being very forward-thinking on this, and keeping in mind that spirit of medical services to a part of our community who desperately needs it.
Correct. That's true. Thank you, Commissioner. We appreciate that. And part of the creating of the Memorial Campus going down was to create the efficiencies that Chris has required. So when they shifted everything over to the Shoreline Campus and did their massive expansion there, which is wildly successful, this was a perfect opportunity to expand the healthcare delivery to that area. Like you said, the very significant part of the community that needs it. And we do have some designs for the balance of the property. You see the blank space, and we've met with the judge, but we're not really at liberty to talk about that concept just yet. extremely preliminary. But working with the Christus system, I know Mr. Dominguez personally has always pledged that they are obviously going to be fantastic stewards of the balance of that property. So we feel pretty good about the property. We feel great about this project. You know, it's a visionary project. The entire board is behind it. And Christus has been coming to us over the last several years talking about expansion needs and how they're busting at the seams over there. This really gives them an opportunity to spread their wings. They're going to bring in more residents, more training, and just more service delivery for the entire community. But that's really the focus for that segment of the community. So we're really excited about the project.
It's a great project. We're very excited to have those additional services here in our community as well.
Thank you. So part of the action on the next item is to get approval from the court to allow us to publish the notice of intent to issue COs. We don't know what the number is going to be just yet. The architects and the engineers, John Michael is going to come up here shortly to give you the demolition timeline. So that helps us to kind of determine, you know, okay, when possibly could we start developing the site. So we don't know what the number is going to shake out, but we know it's not going to exceed the $45 million. And as you know, healthcare nowadays is so expensive. Building a hospital or building an expansion, building a clinic is just, the requirements of building codes is so much more complicated. So that's why the price tags get up there a little bit. But we're very, very cognizant of the dollar amount, and we're trying to shake out, you know, most of the wants and the needs. So we're fine-tuning it, and Jerry is working closely with the Christus team, and they're really fine-tuning the project site. So we're really excited about the project.
Yeah, I thought
Yes,
Mr. Dominguez had brought a check with him. What happened? You know.
I can't smoke, Commissioner. He needs 2 signatures on that check.
I just want to touch on the fact again. Thank for Christus Spahn and Christus and the hospital district and the county working together. I think the trademark here, you know, is not what we do next, but it was a trade-off of knocking down Memorial Hospital with the Hector P. Garcia building. That was a big trade-off. And that was something we had to bring to the people and show the people that what we're going to replace Memorial with is going to work, and it has worked. I mean, it has worked. Now we're thinking about expanding it. So it is working. And anything we can do better for the community, for the people in that area, that would be great. You know, so I think that while we continue to grow, continue to expand, I think that the first legacy was that we did do what the people wanted us to do, and what we told them we were going to do is building the Hector P. Garcia, you know, and provide those kind of services at no cost, low cost, or whatever. But I want to thank everybody that was involved in that from the beginning. You know, it was a challenge. It was a fight sometimes, you know, but you know, I think it was very worthwhile. You look at it now, and you know, you think back and say, you know what, man, I'm glad we did what we did. So I want to thank you, Christus. I want to thank the hospital district, the county, for really joining forces and making it happen.
Commissioner, thank you. Court, Judge, thank you. Having grown up in Rockport, Texas, born and raised in this area, that's sacred ground for a lot of us. That's where our grandparents went. That's where our nieces went. That's where folks passed away that are my family. And so we were going to treat that as you speak of, Commissioner, and we appreciate the opportunity to work in a collaborative way, because it's collaborative, not just in here, but with your hospital district judge, in a manner that's better for the community as a whole, and certainly for those that are on the margins. That's what we were founded on at Christus. That's why the sisters came to this area of the world, to serve those that are on the margins. And we're blessed to serve others, but we thank you.
Is
Thank you,
John
Commissioner.
Michael coming up?
So, John Michael, I'm going to let you close it out with progress of the demolition.
Well, the buildings are gone, so I don't know what else to say.
Hey, pick up the pieces now.
Well, Judge, Commissioners, good morning. I'm John Michael. I represent the hospital district and have been doing that for many years. I was the guy that was here many years ago addressing the court with the condition of the buildings, and it was my recommendation at that time and to the hospital district that those buildings had lived their life, and it was time to take them down. And I know that was a very difficult decision for the court at that time, but it was the right decision. So having said that, the buildings are gone. So they're all down. The only thing left vertical out there are trees and a little maintenance barn over in the corner, and that'll be gone here shortly. So we're wrapping things up out there quickly. We should be wrapped up completely by the end of July. The only thing we have left to do is to send a survey crew in there next week. This kind of addresses what do you do with the rest of the parcel. We're going to send a survey crew in next week and geo-reference all of the drilled piers and some of the foundations that will be left out at the site and will be covered with dirt, so that we know where that is in the future for whoever is going to come in behind us and do something with that property. So that'll be done next week, maybe the following week, if the rain will leave us alone. Then we'll backfill it with dirt, and we're done. So the end of July, we'll be out of there. It was a good decision, very good decision. The Grant McKay, the contractor, demolition contractor for Spawn, has done a great job. Jerry and I work with them weekly just to make sure things are on track. I think you all have a schedule that reflects everything that we've been doing.
Right.
So with that, we're done.
Good job. So what kind of motion do we need?
This is on the next one. That was just a presentation on item number 12 is the motion.
Yes, we need a motion approving the.
Discuss and take action on a resolution by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County authorizing and approving publication of notice of intention to issue certificates of obligation for the benefit of the Nueces County Hospital District and approving an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
And
We
the
have a
effective date-
motion.
The effective date is what? Just, do we need to articulate that effective date, or is that to?
No, we just need approval. We have the timeline for the publication. Victor, what is
Okay.
the publication?
The
May
timeline
1st.
was on there, but.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Just
So
approve
it was
the
moved and
motion,
seconded.
the resolution.
Okay,
Call a question.
we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioners, we have our attorney here as well. If it's okay with y'all, I'd like to go on to executive session.
Thank you, John.
Move the next item.
Can I just do 13 real quick? It's a pretty quick one, but.
Okay, if you want to do
I
13
mean,
really
it's-
quick.
Yeah, Judge, this is a mandatory split. Once the precinct gets over 5,000, then according to the law as decided to me by Ms. Sands, this has to be done in April. This is by the end of April. And so basically, I'm just making a motion that we split the voting precinct 8 at Woldridge Road, which has been provided as backup. And as you'll see, it provides both of them with pretty close to an equal amount, so they both have the opportunity to grow. So that's the motion to split it according to precinct 8 at Woldridge Road.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion?
Discussion, yes, Judge. Just clarification, because I know that we had that one person who spoke during public comment
Right.
referencing this issue, that it's a requirement. That's why it's not arbitrary. It's not just
Districting.
because we want to do one precinct or over another. It's because it's required. And,
Right.
and I don't think we have any others. If we do, they would come forward from the
Correct.
county clerk. But yeah, I know it's tough when people speak during public comment. We can't respond. So I know you and several of us have been wanting to reply to that, and that's the reason why. So if anyone has any questions, it's a requirement, and this will split them up equally, almost identical,
Pretty close,
to
yeah.
each other, pretty close by the number. So it's just housekeeping. It's not anything more than that. I'm hoping and assuming it should be a 5-0 vote.
Yes.
You know, bipartisan support on this.
Yeah, and Judge, they'd have a new precinct number, and I don't have that handy. I think Kara's got it, but it's whatever's next up.
Right.
129 or something like that. It's whatever the next one available is.
So
Does
we
that
have
require
a
a motion?
motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Thank
The
you.
motion passes. Now I'd like to move ahead in the, to the executive session because we have attorneys here. Sorry for those that are sitting and waiting. I appreciate your time. But we're going to go into executive session now. It is 12:29. Notice is given that Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go into executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A, we need to table that. The interviews.
Which one?
Item A.
Sure, we were supposed to have tabled, yeah.
Yeah, we should have tabled that before.
It's okay. We'll just do it after. I think you've
We'll
already
just do it afterwards. I'll just read it and we'll do it afterwards. Specialty item set for 1 o'clock. Conduct interviews of applicants, discuss, deliberate, and make selection of special advisor for government affairs and external and internal communications. Item B, consult with the county attorney regarding appointing a hearing examiner pursuant to the Nueces County Game Room Ordinance, Section 2.3, to hear appeal of permit denials for game room permit applications and all related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item C, update on obtaining counsel to represent the district attorney, Mark Gonzalez, in the pending removal action, cause number 2023 DCV-0244-G, and I assume that would be the same as the 551.071.
That should fall under 071. That's the one where you have outside counsel, correct?
Yes. And item D, consult with county attorney regarding update on any legal matters relating to the potential completion of ABM Energy Services Performance Agreement, compliance with energy savings goals, satisfaction of financial obligations, and related matters, 551.071. And that's it. So it is 12:32. And we are going over to the offices for executive session. So. 219, we are coming back from executive session. We have a couple of things to take up from executive session. On number 5, open session, item B, discuss and consider appointing hearing examiner pursuant to the Nueces County Game Room Ordinance, Section 2.3, to hear appeal of permit denials for game room permit applications and all related matters.
Judge, I would make a motion to appoint Judge Watts, Pate, and Banyalis as the hearing advisors, subject to them taking that responsibility on.
Subject to them agreeing.
Subject to them agreeing.
Yeah, pending the agreement.
Pardon me?
Pending they agree on it.
Pending, right.
I second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Thank you. The motion passes. On item C, discuss and consider the selection and approval of counsel to represent the district attorney in the pending removal action.
Judge, I'm going to take on that one. Based on our lengthy discussion and also based on the list that provided by D.A. Gonzalez to us to consider, I make a motion that we appoint Matt Manning as a counsel for the removal matter subject to a reasonable hourly rate being negotiated. Further, the attorney shall submit a budget to be reviewed and approved by the Commissioners Court.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Matt Manning as counsel as per the DA's list he provided to the Commissioners Court. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes unanimous. Thank you.
Judge, I think can I make a motion to table A? That was the one we were going to pause on?
Oh, yes.
Definitely.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, motion,
Yes.
right. Motion to table that indefinitely.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to table item A indefinitely. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. Going back to our regular agenda, then, item number 14. 3A14, discuss and consider amended guidelines for community use of courthouse common areas. This is yours, Commissioner Gonzalez. Do you want to?
14. Where are we at?
3A, regular agenda 14, 3A14.
That's mine?
Yeah, the common,
Oh, yes,
common
yes,
areas of the
sorry.
courthouse.
Yeah. Well, I thought that we would, I think at the last meeting, we came up with something that we, let me see. They're trying to have some programs in the common area or where they were designated that would help the employees do some presentations from different organizations or different companies. And I think that we needed to change those guidelines, Judge. And I think the guidelines were changed, right?
They were, this is the corrected
These are correct
guidelines in
guidelines?
here. Yes.
And as the change was good. I think that we, in order to allow benefits in the future for employees, to allow somebody to come in and provide some let's call it lunch and learn or presentations on educational. I move that we accept the changes to the policy.
We have a motion to accept the changes to the guidelines allowing people to use the common areas. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. On item 15, this pertains to the same thing. Discuss and consider approval of Prosperity Bank request to host a lunch and learn event for county employees during the lunch hour to learn about a home ownership possibility program specifically designed to help families with their affordable housing needs and other related items.
Based on the motion just passed, I move that we approve this, allowing Prosperity Bank to come in and do a presentation.
So, or second?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item 16 is discuss and consider the next Commissioners Court meeting. You have a list there, and they have included the state of the county on there as well. Is there anything?
Judge, yeah,
Yes.
I was mentioning Commissioner Chesney earlier. We have such robust celebrations and recognitions that takes up quite a bit of time. I know the practice that the Corpus Christi City Council does is that they actually start that process early before actual council starts. And maybe it's something that we consider, if not at the next meeting, but maybe in a future meeting, that we start maybe 30 minutes early, recognizing the groups, taking photos just with whoever is available or whoever chooses.
So
and
it
so that way
wouldn't
it's
have
not
to
taking
be a
up time
quorum
during-
of people here. It
Right.
would just be, if you Wouldn't
brought
be
it
the
up or
actual
your
meeting.
support of it.
Mhm.
And it may allow us to move a little bit faster and be able to accommodate more people's schedules that come in the morning. So just a suggestion, something that may maybe require more time to consider, but I think that's kind of one of the best practices to look at within the area. So maybe just something that we don't officially start until 9 like we have designated these last 4 months, but at least recognize that, we spend 30 minutes to an hour at least every meeting with proclamations and recognitions, and those are fun, and I love them. I don't want to get rid of them, but I think if we could start 30 minutes early, that might be helpful for us. So,
Commissioners, it does take me 30 to 45 minutes to get everything set up, tested, and ready to go for court. So just making you aware of that.
Okay. So, John, I think that's a great idea. I think the celebratory nature, we definitely want to continue that, but we also want to be cognizant of the people who come to our meetings and have to sit and go through all that, and business people and elected officials and department heads. So I think it's a great idea that we could easily have it to where they were, in other words, if I remember correctly, when we were at the city, we didn't vote on them. We just, if they're celebratory and recognition only, no controversy, obviously those would be different, then we could just do them as proclamations. We all sign them in advance. They don't have to have a vote. And that way, if someone can't get here for the 8:30 resolution, but still you wanted to bring someone down or I wanted to, I think that's a great idea. Personally, because how do you want to try that in the form of a motion, or?
Does it need to be motion or just kind of idea you get the general consensus of what we're looking for? I don't know. Can we vote on something like that? Can we make a motion, or have we just kind of given a head nod to court administration to kind of organize that and our county clerk as well for the next agenda?
That would be more like, Commissioner, like a policy, but we can include that into the policy that anything should be before 30 minutes.
Do you want to maybe just direct her to bring something back for the next meeting, and then we'll start at the second meeting? I don't know. However you want to do it. I think it's great because.
That's why I was asking Jenny if there's anything legal that we needed to do on our end to make sure we're doing it properly. Is it just policy, or is it more than that?
You're changing?
Just kind of the start. Like, it's not even the official start time. It's more we're just kind of designating a time that we can bring in groups that we want to kind of help speed up the process of the overall meeting itself. So
the city does it on their meetings as well.
Yeah.
It just kind of helps. Yeah.
I think we have to let everybody know.
We need to give them notification, and yes.
8:30, you want to be here, you got a certificate, good pictures, whatever.
Right, and then, but the difference, Jenny, is I want you to understand the difference is to make sure, because if we did them at the city, and at the city was different because only the mayor could put something on the agenda, right? It's different over here, which I think it's better over here. But the situation is that you'd have proclamations, and she would do the proclamation, and they would do that for about 30 minutes, and it wasn't even like I don't even know if they posted it or what, but there wasn't a quorum required to do it because it was celebratory. There weren't votes, so it's more of a how do we do that? So that's a little bit of a change, right?
Okay.
I mean, chances are we're all going to probably still be here at 8:30, but we don't want if two of us can't get here for 8:30 for resolutions, we don't want the meeting to not be able to go forward, that part of it.
We'll require a quorum, though.
Right, and I just want to make sure she understands there's a little bit of a
Yes, then there wouldn't
difference.
it would just be a presentation, and it wouldn't be an action of the core as a whole.
And we would you could just work with Idea on how to post
Yes.
that or how to put that forward or
Yes.
whatever, and then the resolutions would be at 8:30, and we know that, and all those people that we want to bring in can come and go and get out, and the regular meeting starts at 9 and no one's delayed.
Yes, we can work
And
together
then-
on that.
And that the resolutions don't require a vote, we would just sign off on them.
Okay.
Would that be okay, too? That's a little bit of it, that's a change, right? Or do we just do certificate of achievements? That's what we're asking, I think that's what he's asking, is how
Okay,
do we
so-
do that without making it do we have to vote on something? Or if we have to vote on it, then we all have to be here.
So let me look at that about how you can structure those certificates and things.
Okay. John, is that what you were?
Yeah, I
What-
think that will work.
What about if each commissioner that wants to present something just notifies whoever they're talking to, please be here by
Right.
8:30?
Right.
You know, and
Right.
that's it. You know.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because we currently vote on resolutions. We didn't vote on resolutions at the city. We don't vote, so if we did them as certificate achievements or resolutions, that we just pass something that says we're no longer going to vote on celebratory resolutions. We're just going to have them, do them, everybody signs them. We do it 8:30, and maybe it's 8:30 to 9:15. I don't know, but 8:30 to 9 is probably good enough. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. I think it'll be more efficient.
Good suggestion.
Were there any other dates or anything on the court meeting dates and related matters? No? Goodness.
I was timing off.
I know this was a little bit off, but Mr. Gonzalez, I saw you came in late. I'm not sure if you heard our announcement. We appreciate the list that you turned in, and we did have a motion and pass on your behalf to select Matt Manning. Sorry to say Mooring. I know a Matt Mooring too. But I saw you come in. I just didn't want you to wait and think that we hadn't done that. I think we did it before you got in, so just want to let you know.
Thank you, Judge.
We appreciate you sending the list too. Yes.
I know Matt will do a great job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
May I have excuse me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mark.
Moving on to item B, grants. B1. Discuss and consider approval of resolution in support of an application for the Indigent Defense Improvement Grant Program available through the Texas Indigent Defense Commission.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm back. So we're going to read that. We are applying for the Texas TIDC Improvement Grant with the indigent coordinators. This will be the fourth year. It was tabled last court because I guess y'all needed some more history on it, so I provided all the history on the agenda. As the first year was a 20 match, the second year was a 40 match, the third year that we're on, it's a 60% match, and the one that we are going to apply is 80% match.
That's the $104,928. And do we know where that money's going to come from?
139,000.
Oh, 139,000?
904.
All your grants masters for these are all come from the general fund.
Wait, and this is,
And I have the program coordinators here to answer any questions you may have that operate the grant.
yeah,
Okay, but this is the fourth year, and there's one more year left after that, or is it the fourth year?
It is for applying, so the next one, the one we are in right now is the one with the 60% match that will end September 30th, 2023. The resolution that we are submitting for an application will start October 1st, 23 to September 24.
and how much, and what's the match on that?
80%.
That's the 80% match. And that's
80% us?
the match would be 139,904.
And this is That's how much are we paying now? What's the increase?
80%,
no.
at 30,000, about 30,000.
Another 30,000 that we have to pick up on the top of what we're already paying? I mean, that's, yeah, and this is one of those ones we talked about where all these things are
And
starting to
this-
fall off.
And this will be the final year that we can apply for this particular grant
So
of
this won't be
indigent
higher.
coordinator. Yes.
And what does this grant provide? Just,
And I have
yeah.
the,
Hi, Judge and Commissioners.
How are you?
I'm Emily, the court administrator. The IDC coordinators work under me. We do all the indigent defense. We average about 900 appointments a
Can you
month.
pull that up a little bit? I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Okay,
sorry.
thank you. That's okay.
We average about 900 court appointments a month for indigent defendants.
So, but what is the public defender's office? What does that have? What's the difference?
They're going to be handling mostly mental health issues.
Well, no,
Public defenders, and you're gonna,
We're going to be working with them also. We will be appointing to their office on the ones that,
Right, because when we did that, we did it for, we took mental health, but it was supposed to be everybody. It was supposed to be not just mainly mental health. It was, we applied for more and committed to more to include mental health, but the original was for indigent defendants.
Correct.
So I'm
This
trying to figure out how this isn't a
duplication.
duplication.
we're appointing the attorneys for the,
Right, but the judge is going to, so once the public defender's office is in place, then the public defenders would get all of them. Why would they not get
they're
them
only
all?
getting a percentage. They're getting them a percentage of the mental health, 75%. And
25%.
Huh?
25%.
Of
mental health.
non-mental health.
Yeah.
They're getting what?
25% of non-mental health.
And then 75%.
They don't get everything.
Yeah.
they only get 25% of
Right, non-mental health.
Wow.
25% of non-mental health. But I'm saying, what I don't get, I guess, is why we need this. Sorry, but why we need this? Why can't the judges appoint lawyers? If you're saying you're making the appointments, right? So when I was a judge, nobody made an appointment for me. I appointed the lawyers.
At the time of magistration, we have 24 hours to appoint lawyers when they're requested. And so we're working with magistration to get those done. It used to be done, the majority of them at magistration, correct?
Right, but and then why couldn't the magistrate appoint?
Still should be done this.
We have two people doing it.
Say again?
We have two people currently doing it. That takes a lot of time.
When you say
I can't
appoint,
imagine.
you're picking the lawyers, or you're doing the paperwork for the lawyer?
We're doing the paperwork and using the wheel to appoint.
I don't think I ever took. Maybe that wasn't here when I was there, because we did that all at my court. I mean, when I was there, and I haven't been there in a long time, so maybe this wasn't there. We did it. My court manager appointed everybody. So I'm just trying to figure out. I think we need to maybe talk to the judges a little bit more about this or something, because I don't know.
I just think eventually it's gonna, I think that the public defenders and that, your program, somehow it's gonna have to come together, you know, and maybe they can add another staff person or something, but, you know, when, I know that the magistrate used to handle all of it before, and I know it's gotten bigger.
One of the other jobs that we've picked up is when cases are dismissed or no charged, we're notifying the attorneys because that wasn't done before. And so that then gives them the check to do their court appointment fees, and that case getting off.
Commissioners, sorry. So at the time of magistration, if a person is arrested for 5 different charges, which is very normal now, one person, those, if they have felonies and misdemeanors, a felony may fall out of Judge Hassett's court, but they'll also pick up 3 misdemeanor cases. So at that time, during magistration, we get the paperwork and we appoint for all cases, also any pending cases that they have that they do not have a court-appointed attorney on. So within 24 hours, and the magistrates used to do it, but there have been a lot more duties added. The inmates never used to get a copy of who they were appointed to, who their attorney was. Those are mailed out daily. last month we had 900, 2 months ago we had 900 court appointments. The last month we had 1,200 court appointments for inmates that were mailed out and that were appointed. And that doesn't include the ones that did not request court-appointed attorneys. So we go through all the magistrate paperwork from CDC, also from the ones that are magistrated here in the county jail.
But don't you think, and I thought the magistrate at one point, you've had 2 misdemeanors, 2 felonies. I mean, their job was, they call the judge and say, hey, why don't we just play them out on the misdemeanors and just go with the felonies? I mean, why are we dealing with both of them at the same time?
It used to be like that, Commissioner. Now they're asked to take care of their felonies first, and usually they'll do a plea agreement with the misdemeanors. If you plea out to this felony, we'll dismiss the misdemeanors. But we do have cases too where they're pled out in misdemeanor court and it's not taken care of with the felony. There's defendants that are held in jail right now for just misdemeanor cases.
That's the problem.
And their felonies have been taken care of already.
That's the problem. That's why you should take care of the misdemeanors first.
Yeah.
You know, it was easy to plea somebody out to misdemeanors.
Correct.
If they call the JP or they call the other judge and the judge says, hey, you got a felony charge, yeah, I'll plea him out. Yeah, let them sign the agreement and we'll plea him out.
And now I guess they want to go for the bigger charge, the bigger shark.
And they should, that's okay.
Yeah.
But we should always dismiss the misdemeanors first.
Correct.
I don't know how the system works, but
Would
now,
you say?
but I think we need to look at it.
So what's the total cost of this program, and what's the total cost of the program? And right now, I forget the moving forward for just a minute. Right now, the total cost of the program, and how much is grant funded, and how much are we paying for? Right this minute.
Everything right
Right
now.
on there.
That would be for the FY '22. So that would be $102,438, and the county match is $68,292.
Hold on.
I'm sorry,
One
no,
of it's-
that's 22. Let me look at this mother, I don't know.
So
102,000?
For 10/1/22 to 9/30/23, the state will pay $69,952, and the county match is $104,928, for a total of $174,880.
174.
880.
Okay, so, and when we started, it's gone down, right? It started where they were paying more and we were paying less, right? Okay,
The
so
first year of the total grant award was $168,901. Second year is $170,730. The third year that we're in right now is $174,880.
well, no, but some of that's us. You're not breaking it down for me, so.
Okay.
In other words, what was, so this is year 3, and it's, county's paying 104, grant's paying 69, okay? So do you have the breakdown for?
Yeah, I put it all on the agenda as requested on the agenda item, but I have it here.
So year 1 was, just give me that same breakdown.
Okay, the state, 135,121, the county match, 33,780.
Wait, you're going fast. 135 what?
121,
That was state,
county, 33,780.
33,
780.
okay? And then year 2,
102,438,
state?
state, county, 68,292.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd really like to see I'd like to get a list of all of these that we have, because we have any grants like this that we have. I'd like to get a list of all of these and how they're falling off, because these are going to be the budget challenges that Dale's going to come tell us about, that we have to find another 30,000 here, another 40,000 here, another 50,000 here. ARPA money starts to fall off, another 100,000 here, another, so.
Yes, these are presented to the auditor. They request what matches are coming up, or, what we have a pipeline.
We need a breakdown, because I don't know how many more of these we've got like this, but it seems like we've got several, and maybe I'm not understanding, but it just still seems a bit of a duplication of services here, but I don't know.
Yes, and the PDO is part of the TIDC as well.
The what? You got to give me.
Texas
Sorry.
Indigent Defense Commission.
It's part of the what?
TIDC. The Public Defender's Office, the other grant that you're referring to, theirs is a 2-year, 100%, and then it'll go through the same session as to.
Right. So yeah, Whew, man.
With the paperwork that they do out of this office, like you were talking about, the cases, Does that help with our CGIS numbers or anything? Would that be beneficial? Is that a benefit to the county on top of what they do?
I think it definitely gets people out of jail faster and save on that aspect, and hopefully get their
In the long
cases
run, get
resolved
their
when they
cases
have counsel.
when they're.
The quicker we get them.
Just trying to find another example of where it might help.
Yeah, I'd really, when's this due?
September.
The resolution is due, I think, by May 10th.
We have to submit by May 10th?
The resolution. I mean, I can.
What's the resolution? Meaning we want to do it again?
You're supporting the application.
I mean, I don't know.
We can submit it, and then once it's awarded, I bring it back to the court, and you'll decide to accept it or not.
And you know that probably after this year, it might just go away, period, right? I mean, that's the way,
Right. This application that we want to submit will be the last opportunity for the Texas Indigent Defense Commission improvement grant for the indigent coordinators. So it's totally different. We have also the TIDC formula grant that we get automatically based on the cases that they report on.
I don't know, I just think we need to check with the public defenders and see how can we interlock both of those together, you know. I mean, they're doing 25% already, you know, none mental health, and there's 75 mental health. So if they get another body on there, you know.
Yeah, I think the only problem that you're going to have with that is the number of attorneys we have on the wheel to take these 900 appointments a month that you're putting on the public defender's office, so we would need more attorneys in their office would be my thought on that.
Two people are doing it now, so you got one that goes over to the public defender's office to do the wheel or whatever, but, I mean, that's what you're saying, I guess.
Oh, I thought you were talking about cases, all the cases going to public defenders.
No, I'm just talking about processing them and getting.
Okay.
So the judges aren't appointing people anymore?
On occasion, but not under normal circumstances, we do the appointments.
Huh, that's really, okay. I'm with Commissioner Gonzalez. I think we got to figure out.
Do you want to bring this back then?
Yeah, because,
Is that your motion?
I mean, not only this one, but I think we got to really look at hard, because the public defender one is great for 2 years too, and boy, that one falls off, and that's millions. I mean, that's big dollars we're talking about. So there's got to be a way to do this to make sure it's not duplicating services and that the county doesn't get stuck with a humongous increase coming up. So, what do you want to, Commissioner? Are you going to table it, or what do you want to do? I mean, if you're saying,
Well, once you go ahead and submit the resolution for the application, and then I'd just like to have a breakdown. I mean, because and have an understanding that this time next year, which will probably be May, right, or when it expires, when after what 24? What, May 24?
No, the one that we are right now will expire just September 30th, 2023. The one we're applying for will end September 30th, 2024.
Okay, but that's when it expires, and that's the last one we can do.
That's the last one we can do.
So, but right now, actually, we just need $30,000.
no, we got it. Right now, we just have to. That's going to be the increase.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Which will be in the budget challenge.
The match for this year, for October 22 to September 23, is $104,928.
Well,
that's the match.
I mean, I would say submit it, but you got to understand two things. As far as my opinion, this is my opinion. It's going to go away completely probably next year. It might, right?
Mm-hmm.
It might not. If we're lucky to find some money somewhere, you know, or find another grant or whatever. But I think that right now we probably need to submit just to be safe, submit the resolution, right, for the application, and see what happens. And by that time, give us a chance to kind of look at what's out there. Talk with Dale, see what Dale has on his back pocket. Anything?
Not much anymore, right, Dale? That back pocket's pretty lean.
It's getting pretty lean with what we're coming up with.
No more buckets.
Commissioner, I just wanted to say we don't just do court appointments. It sounds like that's all we do. We don't just do court appointments. All the no charges and dismissals, those, in 1 week, we have 89 pages, front and back, of no charges and dismissals that we email every single attorney. There's a lot of times where we've caught that they're in jail and the jail didn't know that that case was dismissed or no charged. So we go through each and every dismissal and no charge to make sure they're not in jail. There's been people in Aransas County that their case has been no charged 15 days ago, and they're sitting in Aransas County wasting county money. That's another thing we do. We mail out 2 applications for the defendant. I think that right now, as of yesterday, Commissioner, there was only 14 defendants in jail without an attorney. Every other defendant had a court-appointed attorney or a retained attorney. We have another coordinator that goes to the jail to visit with the inmates if they don't have an attorney and ask, what they plan on doing.
I don't question that you do your job extremely well, nor do I question that the public defender's office is going to do their job extremely well. What I question is how we're going to keep paying for all this when these grant monies go away, because every idea we hear up here is usually awesome, but they all cost money, and how do we pay for them, and where do we get the money, and it all comes off the taxpayers' back, and it's just, I'm not in any way, shape, or form questioning how well you do your job. I just think we've got so much money that's fixing to fall off because of all this ARPA and grants and all this other stuff. We haven't collected COVID money that the former county judge swore up and down we were going to get it all collected, and we're $2 million in the hole there. We got all kinds of problems that we didn't have before when this started. And right now we're just looking at things a lot closer. We're taking our time. We're being slower like we're supposed to. And so some of this stuff is getting a little more attention than just getting ramrodded through like it was before. So please don't take it as anything other than I just don't, and this isn't going to be the last one. I'm not picking on y'all. This isn't going to be the last one. There's going to be another 5 or 6 grants that we're going to do the same thing to her on, and it's just getting tough to keep finding money because I don't want to keep raising taxes.
Okay, understood.
But thank you for your work.
Yes, sir, thank you.
So do we have a motion on this item? What do you guys want to do? Move forward with the
Where we get $30,000
application?
come from, Adele? 30,000, where they're going to come from?
General fund?
General fund. We match all grants from the general fund.
Do we have a,
Well,
I'm sorry,
Well-
go ahead.
I'm just going to make a motion. Go ahead.
Oh, yes, thank you. I know our budget is very extensive, but do you have any way of keeping track of savings, right? There's vacancies that we haven't filled. There's certain initiatives that we haven't started with, but that were approved for fiscal year 22-23. So do we have an estimate? Do you have an idea of what those savings are in the general fund and kind of match it to this? Because, I mean, I hear what the court is saying, right? There's a limit, but this is, even if this is duplication of services, we owe it. One, we're required for agency services, right? We need to provide that. And I just think if it were my family member, I'd want them to be able to have that access. And I know we all would, but we got to look at the cost. But I got to believe that we are saving money somehow, somewhere, that we're not paying certain salaries or other office furniture, things like that, that we haven't actualized yet. So is there a savings, and if so, how much? I mean, do you feel that we can cover this? What's your recommendation on this?
Without a thorough review of this, I know we have some salary savings, but however, some of the, because we have a lot of vacancies, but a lot of vacancies are in the jail. And when you go to the jail, then that overcomes because that's overthought by now a lot of people are working overtime. Yeah. So there is one item that we weren't aware of when we first started this year is when the Treasury started raising the rates, we now are earning 4.5% interest on our investments. Last month, we transferred $155,000 from ARPA funds into the general fund, which we can. So we had some additional revenue, but the rates aren't going to be there forever. They will come down soon, and we need to make sure that the balance are. The other savings are there, but we know we have a budget requirement that says we must maintain 25% of our revenue as a reserve. And last year, when I bring the numbers to you, we lost $500,000 from our funds went down from 25 to 24.9, so we went down instead of going up, which I informed you we would, and we did. But the interest helped cushion that blow a little bit. So do we have savings? Yes. Would I recommend it totally of covering only a small $60,000, it could cover that, but there, as Commissioner Chesney says, there are going to be more.
Sure.
And we try to work with the grants department where they submit information to us on, here's the estimated grants we plan to get. So we try to budget some of them through the general fund, and we have budgeted some, but we don't budget all. But, so we have a little bit of cushion there too, so. And we always carry a little bit of a contingency appropriation in our budget to make sure we have funds available as you need it. But as you say, if we put this now, if this something continues on, then we have to factor it into next year. So could we do this one? Yes, but there are more line coming.
And I get it. I mean, I don't want to kick the can down the road. I mean, that's what we're doing, and I get it. And we've had lengthy discussions about the ARPA funding coming to roost where we need to cover that, and the monies that we thought we would recoup for COVID costs that we haven't, and so that puts us in a bind. So I know we're in a difficult situation, but yeah, I would definitely like to see this covered for this year. I want to make sure we recognize that we don't want to duplicate services, but gosh, I mean, is this going to break the bank? No, right? But if we're asked several times enough, it's going to add up to a large amount. I get that.
Well, my concern is when we are coming up our next year, we know, as Commissioner Chesney's saying, we're funding a lot of stuff through ARPA, right, and some of it has to do with our law enforcement. We're in the negotiations now, and we get the process of coming in and working with y'all to tell you what they're asking for, what we were proposing.
Be ready.
Be ready.
Be ready.
Because it's going to be surprising.
Be ready.
Well,
And we are covered this year, just so you know. This goes through this year. Okay.
Yeah, I got you. Then, really, philosophically, we all need to look then at our spending and every project that we do. I mean, there's money there. Can we cut off a wing for a new facility or renovations that we want to do in certain areas? That's something for us to consider. I mean, to me, at least our first obligation is to meet the basic needs of the county, and all the other stuff is, I don't want to say fluff, but it's more that we want to contribute to the community in different and special ways. But I think we all need to consider it as well. And I think I hear it from my colleagues when we spend so much time during consent agenda scrutinizing these invoices, because we want to make sure that we're paying exactly what we should be, not a penny more, because it all adds up. So I know we're all doing our part. We all kind of have our areas of specialty and focus and passion that we focus on. And I see this one and I see, gosh, I want to make sure that we continue it and into the next year, right? Because we've been going on this is year 4 or going into year 5? What is this, Anna?
1, 2, 3.
Going into year 4.
Going fourth year.
So we've already done the 3. So, all right.
And Commissioner, as you mentioned, if we need some renovations of this, do this renovation here, we have ARPA funds now. We need to try to get those where it's funded there, but we got to remember, if we do something and then now we have to maintain it afterwards. So,
and what are the
I
increases?
think the infrastructure we can do because it's a one-time spent. We don't have to worry about paying it back. But if you need to hire somebody, then we've got to keep that person. Now we've got to pay for that person.
Correct. And as well, if you're adding and renovating buildings or building new buildings, then you have to know the cost of maintaining the building after you build it.
What are the increases for?
Pardon me?
Why are we going to be paying more? Are there a lot of additional costs in this department too?
No, this is the way the grant operates.
Right, but are there additional costs associated with the employees? Are we hiring more people? Are there raises involved?
It has been for 2 coordinators, from beginning till now, and supplies and training. That's the basic ones. It's the same amount.
Ours has to come up.
Now, Commissioner, you are correct. In the last few years, we have had collective bargaining. We have quotas and other salary increases, so there are some small salary increases for those positions.
Okay.
For those positions, yes. And I think the basic thing we need to do when moving forward in the next year and the situation we're in is to watch for these grants and any matching funds. When it's no cost to the county, those sound a whole lot better, but these 20% to 50 to 60 and on up, those are the things.
Well, as much as I'm against this, I'm going to vote. My motion will be that we fund it this year. But then, next year, I'm telling you, ladies, that you're doing a great job.
Find
but it might
money
just
for
go
it.
away completely.
Yes.
Now, as I was saying, we funded a little bit less this year, but we're paying $104,000 this year. This 139 is for next fiscal year. I'll have to have that as part of the budget, so will be an increase there. So this 139 is for 23-24, which starts in October.
Yeah, this is for next year.
Right.
No, meaning you're funding it for a whole nother year and a half, because we've still got to the rest of this year. Then this grant would go for another year. So
September.
I mean, at some point we got to start saying no, and today's my day. So I mean, I'm maybe the only one, but I can't do these anymore. I mean, we like I said,
Okay,
everything
well,
that
do we
everything
have a
that
motion
everything
for
that
this?
well, no,
Because we're already saying what we're going to vote, so
no.
we need a motion and a second.
I don't have a motion, motion to not submit. I'm sure it'll die, but I mean, I'll just.
Commissioner Gonzalez, did you have the motion?
A motion that we would
to
finish this year.
To finish this year out. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion, or all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any
No.
opposed?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item Public Works 3C1. Receive a presentation from CLK Architects and Associates regarding the medical examiners. Right off the bat, say you're within budget or under.
After that, you're
Sorry.
over, come back tomorrow.
Under the gun.
It's not a good day if you're not.
Yeah, there is no over budget, so don't even come up if it's over budget. I'm really in a bad mood today, so.
Well,
I'm not even angry anymore. I got to eat and everything. I don't know what the heck.
Well, I get, excuse me.
Which
one? Oh, it's the one that says preliminary. There should be two files. Well, maybe it's just one. Just open that one.
No, I've got too many things open, and I don't know which one to go to. Hold on.
Commissioners, I am this is Javier Huerta with CLK Architects. I got Dr. Fagan with me from Medical Examiners. We're going to talk to you about what we've done here in the last couple of months regarding the Medical Examiners renovation and or addition. Yes, ma'am. Did you find it? Oh, no, that's not my drive.
3C1. 3C1.
Yeah, there you go. Open the one that says preliminary.
Preliminary.
Yeah.
I have to keep a copy because people keep asking me to email them to them. So I always copy one over.
Okay. Hospital district?
Nope.
No.
Wrong one.
Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Make sure we're on the
Okay.
right thing.
So, Dr. Fagan and our office, we have been working on the development of the preliminary plans for the medical examiners. We basically developed a plan that, based on our budget, we could execute and be able to meet our needs. Currently, what we're planning to do, and I'm just going to give you a brief history, but the idea is to take the existing facility. There's about 5,000 square feet of the existing facility, and we're going to renovate that and convert that area into office space. So therefore, the dollars that we're going to use on the project for renovation is going to be less. On the addition, so if you don't mind, can you go to the next page? One more. Right there. That is a complete plan of what the medical examiner's office would be like. What we've done is we've taken, again, in consultation with Dr. Fagan and the experiences from his staff, we created a program of requirements for the building. And within the square footage that we had planned for, we have set aside approximately, I think we're right at, I'm going to say 13,000 square feet, and it's 13,800 square feet. That amount of square feet with the new addition and the existing renovation, we believe we're tracking right on our budget for the construction of the project. Specifically, what is the numbers? We don't have details as far as cost because this is a preliminary plan, but based on dollars or square feet of new addition and renovation, we should I be talking about numbers specifically?
I like how you're going.
What's that?
You're doing fine, how
Okay.
you're going. We don't need the numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
was.
don't talk about numbers.
Yeah.
I like where you're going.
Okay, square feet of we're good. So based on the square feet and that we've done, we met his requirements as far as what he needs for the department. We have every single room, we have every single space that he needs. We're going to have space for all his staff. We don't have any fluff. We're right where we need to be to meet the needs of our county. And we are tracking well with our dollar per square foot cost for this building. We will have essentially the capacity to see, and Dr. Fagan can speak of that, and the capacity to see patients is directly related, cases.
Patients.
The patient.
I'm a physician, I do treat patients.
The capacity to see cases, patients, will be directly related to his staffing and the doctors that he has on staff. But this will be well suited for the county. And what we've done is, if you go to the next page, we've also left in the concept one more, and then we'll come back to that one. That one right there. So what we also are planning is just to leave space for the future. So in our request to the hospital district for property, we're going to request enough property that we can have space for a future addition when and should that ever be necessary. That will not be part of this project, but there will be space for it, and where we can add on to this facility in the future. The specifics of what could that be, that would be probably times would change and requirements would change in the future, but we're basically just allocating a placeholder where that could be done in the future. If you go to one more.
Mr. Javier.
Yes, sir.
With what you have now, there is already a designated area for a future expansion. If you don't go to the hospital district to add some more, there's already an area there that you can use for an expansion, right?
So if you look at the aerial right now, the new plan that you're looking at the screen, the item in
Future area in the light blue.
Yes, that's basically
That's already part of the property there.
That's already part of the property. But so I was talking to Johnny Hip. That was something that we did before, that we were asking for that. I'm not sure if we got approval. I just need to confirm with Johnny Hip that we got approval to take that portion of the land.
That yes, but he also mentioned that they would also consider another section if we're going to use this one first, right?
Yes.
So we need,
There's an opportunity for more land there
Yes.
if necessary in the future with the hospital district.
Yes, yes. But I need to confirm, I talked to him, I need to confirm that has been voted on and approved by the hospital district. For
the blue part.
For the blue part.
Yes,
yes.
okay.
And then if you go back, one more. So the plan for this facility is, what we're going to do is do the addition. It's about 8,000 square feet addition for the autopsy suite. The autopsy suite will be built while the current autopsy and administration will continue to carry on. The new addition will be done, will be completed. Once that's completed, then the existing area that you see there in blue, that's the existing autopsy area, would move into the new area. We would renovate the blue area for the administration office, for the offices for the doctors and the supporting staff. So once that area is completed, then the area in red moves to the blue, and the red area gets renovated. So this project is essentially 3 phases, because we have to move people to different areas in order for us to do the renovation. But this keeps the operation going all the time. We don't have to displace them.
Functioning at all times without hesitation.
Yes. And other than the timing probably the addition will probably take about 12 to 14 months. The renovation will take approximately 6 months to complete. And it's just going to depend on how fast we can get through moving, those departments over, whether that extends a little bit more or not.
This was allocated with ARPA funds, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So this has to be finished by December 26th.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I hope so.
Well, you were saying 12 to
Yeah.
14 months and another 6 months. I'm like, that's getting pretty close.
Yeah. No, we should. So we're going to go out for bids in the summer.
Yes.
So summer of 23, we should be in the building, I'm going to say fall of 24 in the first part, the autopsy.
Okay.
And then from there, fall 24, we have 12 months before the next fiscal year.
Okay.
Summer 25.
Sounds good.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Fagan, would you like to?
So this will be a dramatic and much-needed revitalization for the office. So it'll much better serve the population for Nueces County and our partner counties. It will give us the ability to handle a lot more cases in a much more timely manner. We've already had the blueprint to add the third doctor. This will actually allow us to have the facility to really use, at least 2 full-time doctors, so that when we do arrive on Monday and have 15 cases, that we can get through those in a much more expeditious manner and get them released to families in a much faster turnaround time. So this facility has a lot better controlled access, a lot better security. This has a lot more resources for the staff and the population we serve, particularly with, even things like having dedicated family meeting space, as opposed to right now, our conference room is the conference room, the break room, family meeting room. It's the multi-purpose, as opposed to this facility is going to have actual dedicated space for each of those purposes. So it's with the very generous support of this Commissioner's Court that this is possible, and we are very appreciative of this.
We appreciate the update and excited to get started. Any questions? Anybody else or anything? No? Thank you both for
You
being
had
here
me
today.
at on budget.
Very good.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much,
Thank
both
you.
of you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Item number 2, discuss and consider the selection of Hanson Professional Services for the development of an affected property assessment report, APAR, for Nueces County, and authorize the execution of an engineering service contract.
Yes, Judge. Excuse me. This is for Public Works is recommending Hanson Professional Services for the affected area on Upper Road, and we're recommending Hanson to be the engineer on the project.
That was part of the TCEQ thing?
Yes, ma'am.
With the,
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Thank you.
The next one, Judge, is we're recommending executing the contract with Hanson. I think the total dollar amount is $93,830, and this will be out of our right-of-way road monies that were allocated a couple of weeks ago.
That is still on C2, but a different motion and vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Do I have a motion?
The contract's ready?
Yes, sir.
Jenny
It's attached.
reviewed it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Motion to execute?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Thank you, Juan.
Item D1, discuss and consider award and execution of master service contracts. Michael, Mr. Robinson?
Okay, so we're finally at the point where we're ready to execute the master service contracts with our engineers under the ARPA programs. The first, number 1, is actually from the second pass when we went out to bid 2 different times. And so on the second pass, we're recommending.
Motion to pass. We have a motion and a second. Any other?
And these have all been vetted by the county
Yes.
attorney? They're all good to go?
Yeah, they were,
Yes.
they
These
were
are like those
authored by
others
the county
we've
attorney's
done
office.
every time.
We worked really
This is-
closely with Lulu and Jeff Schmidt and Kent Brown. Everybody collaborated very well. I feel we have a very sound process, and for the first time in the county's history, we've ever really done a master service agreement for engineering services. And this is going to pay off in the future when we do our regular master service agreements for engineers, and we get a pool going each year, and that'll save you guys time as you
Be able to
put
award
projects out
jobs
during
and
the year.
projects, yes.
Yes.
Very good.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. On D2 is a master service contract again.
Yeah, this one's for 3221-22 architectural services. This one's going to be for Levy Dykema, PLLC, and Turner Ramirez and Associates.
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. And then one more.
Yeah, this was
Number
this
three.
was the original timeout for the engineering services, Friesen Nichols Incorporated, and Hanson Professional Services Incorporated.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 4, discuss and consider award and execution of a contract with Odessa Pumps and Equipment.
So this is for 2 new 6-inch diesel-powered water pumps with trailers, which we could really use with the rain. We've got, the contract has been reviewed by the county attorney's office. We have ETA for arrival on this around 90 days plus, and recommend approval.
Funding?
This is ARPA.
ARPA funds.
Oh, ARPA, you said it. I'm sorry. You heard it. I heard it. My bad. Motion to.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Moving on to item number 5, discuss and consider conditional selection for IFB number 3229-23 Hazel Bazemore Park new restroom building.
So on this one, Judge, we received multiple bids. The low bidder was Brizzo Construction LLC in the amount of $557,090. The expenses to be paid with 1115 waiver funds, and we recommend approval. We also have a letter of recommendation from Ardura as well.
I'm excited to There's a say. change. I think
Wait.
it.
There's a change to this. We were thinking, instead of using the 1115 waiver money, to use ARPA money for that. And she said we don't have to go back out and rebid or anything.
Why not? Why not 11:15?
Because
It's more flexible money. You can use it for other things.
1115 can be used on anything, and we still have ARPA contingency money, and we need to allocate that also.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying, I mean, if you're looking for projects, I can help find some, but I'm just wondering, what, the 1115 is just sitting there too, right?
So the court previously had indicated that they wanted to use 1115 waiver funds, and that's the manner in which I bid this out.
So it would change if you had to redo this?
No, if it's used under the lost revenue, we have a contract. It doesn't include the 2 CFR, but you still have can use ARPA under lost revenue. And then the numbers that I got from Lulu, we have like $7 million available under the lost revenue.
And the ARPA money that
Well, we don't have
can
$7
use.
million that hadn't been allocated.
Yes.
No way. We don't have $7 million not allocated.
No, we do.
Yes.
But some of it came back or what?
No.
No, the court needs to allocate that
about
money.
10
We have
total. About 10
That's
total.
correct. It's 4.5 million under contingency fund that the court put 5 million, and then we use 500,000, so that's 4.5 million, and we still have the 10 million on under lost revenue.
We may have 10 million that you can use, but we don't have 10 million cash. In other words,
Yeah, we do.
we set
No,
aside.
yes, we do. We have 72. Part of the 72 million, the 10 million is part of that 72 million that we received.
It has
Right,
not
but-
been.
But we allocated a bunch of that out. I'd like to see that breakdown again, because I knew we set aside the 5, and we've spent some of that. We spent that some of that contingency a couple of times, but I'm not understanding.
I'm gonna provide you the
other 2 or 3
document that
million?
Lulu has, and she has the one for the lost revenue when it shows how much we have on the lost revenue and how much is left of that one.
What?
She broke it down. We have that much
Right,
in there.
okay, so we as a court have not allocated
Here,
$7 million?
she's arrived.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
They're wanting to change
And how much is in the 1115 waiver?
We have probably around like 4 million, Dale?
Around there, at least 4 million.
4 million, but the ARPA needs to be used too, and the 1115 waivers can be spent a lot more flexible.
How is 1115 more flexible? I thought that had a lot of restrictions on it.
No,
too.
it doesn't.
At one time, it did have restrictions, but with the changing and the way they did the waiver, they took away all of the restrictions.
They waived all the restrictions?
They took away all the restrictions, yes.
In 1115 waiver?
Yes.
So you can spend it on.
Anything.
Yeah, and we got that from the
There's where
person.
you have to put some funds for, but majority of it is, as long as it fits your policies, it can be used for those, yes.
We don't have a timeline for it.
But what,
That's
what
correct.
does it have to fit? What does 1115 waiver have to fit? Like, in other words, I can't
Teresa.
believe
It's
they're
more
just giving-
flexible. 1150 waiver is more flexible. So when we had it before, it was more like diabetics and all those kind of public health, right? You can still use it for that, but then they tell you like, hey, is it remaining what we had before? So the court can decide to do with that money whatever it's the best for the county. So that's why right now it's just better to use ARPA, which is, we have to allocate it, we have to spend it.
And we have a deadline.
And we had
to
deadlines for
spend it,
that.
So, yes.
Is that, Teresa, do you have that? I don't do the ARPA. Oh, okay.
So Lulu,
I'm not involved in ARPA.
Lulu, can this happen?
But the 1115 waiver idea is correct. We really should kind of hold down on the 1115 waiver monies because a lot of stuff that's popping up, those funds are available because they're not restrictive right now.
And we've already squared up with the city on 1115 because there was some, remember that meeting we had on that? Did we get that all squared up too, where they were?
Well, that's going to be for next 23, what year we're at? 23, 24 budget to see what the court wants to do. It wants to allocate more money to the city. That's a different
No, I'm
conversation.
saying there was some, remember we had that meeting with them where we had some backup, they had some, that back $1 million or something like that, but we got it worked out. I can't remember, it's been so long.
Well, they were billing incorrectly on their quarterly amounts, but that's all taken care of.
That has been taken care of.
And they still receive funds on their different kind of, a different funding source for waiver.
They came up with the $3 million.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we're okay with that.
I missed that the 1115 waiver has become a giveaway plan. Didn't know that, sorry. I thought there were rules that you had to do. No,
And moving forward with this, if we can use ARPA money, that's what we would like to use on this. Is that a motion from anybody? Do we need to?
I don't even
And
know.
this, again, is just lost revenue. It's a different bucket in our,
But we still only have we got $70 million.
correct.
No matter how we categorize it, we've spent, allocated, give to commissioner's judge, whatever, X amount. You're saying of that 70 million, 63 million has been allocated, and we got 7 million unallocated.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, just
And
give
then
me
she
that
has
again.
it, and then I think that she can provide again the numbers again.
I mean, I just haven't seen it.
Right. And so we just don't want to put everything under the 10 million, then we have to put it in a certain category for it to qualify. So we're trying to be careful with lost revenue, but in this case, since it's a park, it is allowed. However, the supplementary conditions were not implemented, not knowing that we were going to encounter this.
But they're not required under the lost revenue category.
Correct. Under lost revenue,
That's
does
why
it
you would
need
have to
that?
put it.
What was the total
Because
on
it
this
could
one?
be
I'm sorry.
just under regular ARPA funds.
Correct, yeah, I just want to make sure we have that stipulation, everybody understands. The lost revenue is the category in which the supplementary conditions or the traditional full-on, all ARPA compliant documents are not required for that section of those funds. If you're going to spend the regular ARPA monies, which are not from lost revenue, then I would have to bid it out with all of the correct ARPA process, which is what we'll do in the medical examiner's construction project.
But this project, you don't have to rebid, right?
No.
According
No.
to Ida and Lulu, that this meets the requirements. You're just
And
going
we-
to identify, your motion should just include a reference to the funding source being out of the lost revenue portion of ARPA funds.
And we look into this, and we work with TAG just to get the facts from everything.
Jack, you're it.
So move.
Second.
Thank you.
We have a motion and a second to change, I guess, the funding and accept the contract, or who the bid, who was the award? I'm sorry, I
So
forgot.
you're going to recommend for conditional selection Brizzo Construction LLC.
Yes, yeah, Brizzo.
For
I couldn't
IFB
think of who it was.
3229-23 Hazel Bazemore Park, new restroom building in the amount of $557,090 with the expense to be paid from ARPA lost revenue funds.
That motion, we have the motion and the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. On item number 6 is very similar. We want to possibly do the same thing with that, so before you start spelling everything out.
Okay, on this one, we received 4 proposals. One of the proposals provided 2 bids, which is non-responsive, and so we cannot consider that bid. Of the remaining bids, the apparent low bidder is Progressive Structures Incorporated, and we're recommending conditional selection of Progressive Structures for IFB number 3231-23 Hazel Bazemore Splash Pad Project Precinct 1 in the amount of $498,799.17 to be paid with ARPA lost revenue funds.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Judge,
Aye.
Judge, I
Sorry.
just want to thank everybody who had anything to do getting this done. It's been a long time coming, and I appreciate you guys doing the hard work.
Man, Precinct 1 is racking it up today.
I know.
Jeez Louise, man.
It's coming with a change.
Let's talk about Hilltop, too. Let's just do it all today.
First it was the pier.
Hey, man, I got gigged for all mine, so I'm
Okay,
just giving it
moving
back.
on to item E with the auditor. 3E.
Thanks, guys.
1, approve the budget change order number 12 for fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
For
Yes,
budget
Dale?
change order number 12, there's only one item. It's moving funds between 0180 and 0181 for permitting services for the balcony services that they have at the item. The funds are available for this transfer. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have. Otherwise, I submit budget change order number 12 for your acceptance and approval.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you. Item number 2, approve the monthly expense report for January, February, March 2023, and the unreconciled P-card transactions for October 2022 to March 2023. And I say unreconciled with a big capital U because that was a big question I had when I got this agenda
Yes, we'll go through
item.
that and explain what's going on.
Yes, please.
This is just trying to catch up on our expense report. I'm going to go over March since it's the most current balances. There are a few errors in the report, so some of the balances are shown for elections is not correct, so we're going to fix those. So we want to address those the problems. These are showing your balances for this fiscal year as halfway through. The first one that is technically over budget is my department because we've had a few changes in some staff and I had to pay out some for retirement and some other stuff for balances. I'm not that far off, but also because we had to function work day through this function as well. We just hadn't done some budget change orders. So that's one of the areas. The next one in question is on page 13. 13 is legal aid. As we know, legal aid, we do the rental agreement with legal aid towards the middle of the year. So it's now all 100% spent. So that's the only thing causing that to be over budget. And that happens every year at this time. On page 20, you show the balances of the sheriff's office being a little bit over, and that's just a lot of it is because of other expenses that they've had, and they've had to bring in some other services to cover their vacancies they had in every department that they had to try to maintain their facility. The last page I want to go to is page 25. You'll see where the total general fund is right at 60% remaining, and we're at 60% of the year. So we're doing right at where we should be, but I would like to have that a little bit less of that. But some of these are because of our transfers. We transfers out money quicker to some departments to make sure their operating funds are there. The other departments, other funds are relatively quick and relatively in balances. That's the report for March 31st, 2023. I can answer any question you might have. If not, I'll go to the unreconciled accounts.
Go to the unreconciled accounts.
Today we bring into you the what we call unreconciled transactions. When anyone uses their credit card, we pull the information from our bank daily and put it into our system. Our system then notifies these individuals that they have transactions pending, and sometimes these transactions pending require that we cannot post some of these transactions because of our old system. When we get our new system, this won't be an issue because they'll let some of us do this, but this is basically, and we're currently working with Michael on this, and he notifies them constantly of this, of what is pending, what is done. So you go through each of the items, and we try to, I think we put them in a name order. So you'll see a few balances for unreconciled. Now, when we ran this report on April 18th, some of these may have already been reconciled. I can't say they're all still pending, but I would say a majority of them still are. Michael, if you want to try to bring up how you notify these individuals of these unreconciling balances, we need to try to get these done. And some of these are anywhere from 30 to 60 days old.
Yeah, so we periodically send out a reminder notice to the cardholders. I usually work with Harry, and he'll provide a list to me, and then we'll send some targeted emails. In some cases, I'll make a personal visit to the department to get those ferreted out. I believe that a significant portion of these have been worked through.
Since your email that you sent out after the phone call that I gave you.
I had some good response on that.
Yes.
So anticipate we'll have a much shorter list next time around.
Well, I strongly suggest in the future as well, when they have P cards, I know you have to get a receipt at anywhere you use it, you get a receipt. So there's really no excuse for 60 days of this not being turned in or anything like that. So the threat of turning the card off really helped. I think if we did that a few times and turned it off, it'd be extremely effective.
We've done that in the past, and we'll do it again.
And the new system will allow us more simplified. So as you said, instead of having to go to your office and scan it in this our new system will let you take an image of your receipt and put it in, and then you're done.
Okay.
So, but this requires us reconciliation, and our old system, because everything's tied together, we can't post some of these transactions into our balances until it's all done. So sometimes it holds us up 2 or 3 months, and that's where you'll hear Michael, and we'll constantly be calling Michael, well, this needs to be done, this needs to be done. We need to talk to this, we need to talk to these people, and because sometimes they don't list us.
Mm-hmm. I understand.
But we want just to show you what's happening, and we hopefully, when the new system comes out, this won't be as thick as it is now.
Prevalent in the future, yes.
So that's the monthly reports for January, February, and March of 2023, and the unreconciled P-card report for October to March of 2023.
Do I have a motion to accept this?
So
Approve. We have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second, a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you very much, Dale. Number 3, discuss and consider approval of funding source for the cost of transporting inmates out of county for the sheriff's office and related matters.
Yeah, they came to my office, and we would try to work some scenarios up, because at first time we were trying to get the funding out of ARPA, but unfortunately, how we currently do this, we can't do the funding out of ARPA. So we try to find additional ways of doing this, and I believe I have a way, if y'all would agree with this. If y'all remember when we first started
Wait.
Yes.
Why can't we do this? Because this was truly because of.
There's no contract, and it wasn't bid.
Not a contract.
Okay, so why we couldn't?
I think if it was bid, nobody received it, but y'all want to.
Kinds of transports. Some are the in-county, and then the others, that dealt with the overcrowding went to Aransas County and Victoria County. So we're talking about 2 different things here.
But they're still.
Well, my understanding is that the transports to Aransas County and Victoria County are done by our own people in the jail. The ones that are coming in county are done by external contractors.
Okay, well, this is for transporting inmates out of county. So I thought we were. Am I misunderstanding?
So my understanding from this was that the portion that would have qualified would be the portion of transporting to these outside locations. The county does their own transport to those locations, so we have no outside expenses to recoup for that particular transport.
Okay, I've got to wonder if this item is
Why
posted
can't the
right.
counties flip
Because
theirs?
it says out of county. It says out of county. I thought we were just doing out of county discussion. Sorry.
It is out of county. It's
No. But this item was posted as discuss and consider approval of funding for out of county for sheriffs and related matters.
Transporting
But if you just said there's
inmates
nothing
out
to
of county.
recoup, then what are we doing? You just said there's nothing to recoup.
on the specific transport to these additional sites that the sheriff is utilizing for the inmates that didn't fit here, is the way my understanding was.
But this says out, you just, okay.
And so the portion that he still needs help with is just general transporting of inmates.
In county or out of county?
Some of our inmates are overflow and they are stored in adjacent counties. That transportation, sorry, my apologies, is done by the sheriff's own staff.
Right, I get that.
The other transport that is taken care of by outside entities is the picking up of someone with a warrant or a hold that is all over the place.
In other counties and other states. That's the funding we need. The extra funding we need is for the transport companies to bring them from out of state. We place detainers out of state or in other counties, and they bring them back for us because we don't have the manpower. Right. We do some of the surrounding area, we do, but there's some that they have to go overnight. If they go to El Paso, Lubbock, those are overnight trips.
And the reason we're crowded, though, is still the COVID backlog. A lot of it, right?
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to understand why this doesn't qualify.
The problem is that we don't have a contract.
I get it.
At
So
all.
why don't we go get one?
This was bid out. There were no responsive bids. The companies that take care of this transport, there are two, is my understanding. They are not interested in having a contract, and so this particular method.
Don't give them the job, they'll be interested in a contract.
Well, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So, I mean, so they do it, but they don't want a contract, so they're screwing us because we can't get the money that we need to get because we could use other funds.
From what I understand, they don't want the contract because of the fluctuating of prices of the fuel, and
We can put stuff like that. We can. You can put.
They just charge
fluctuation.
So they charge us whatever they want
I
anyway.
don't know.
You can, but you can put that. No, you wouldn't. I mean,
yes.
But you can put those kind of things in a contract that has
I wonder if we could renegotiate.
fuel fluctuations. If they're not wanting a contract because of fuel fluctuations, that's hampering our ability to fund this in a way we need to fund it.
I know that purchasing has been through trying to do this rounds and rounds of it, and that's how it ended up inside of the purchasing policy. Is because it was that qualified because of no responsive bids.
Okay, when we get somebody from out of town, under whose orders are they bringing them from out of town?
We have 10 days from when we place the detainer in another county or another state, and we have to go pick them up within that time. So.
Did you order by the court?
Yes, because they have a warrant, sir. They have a felony or a misdemeanor warrant, or both. Yes, sir.
And those inmates that we bring, they don't pay for they don't pay?
Yes, sir. Everything goes to their court costs. We charge everything to the inmate.
So we get the money back?
Okay, so I get that we got a problem
Hey, we don't get the
today,
money when they send them to jail.
but we've got to have a contract.
I'm just saying, some of those guys got money probably.
Yeah,
We did get some reimbursements from the Texas Department of Corrections. We did, because of COVID, they had like a grant, and we are getting money back when we take some prisoners to Dominguez, Plain State. We got 18,000. So we're getting a little bit back.
We've got to figure out a way to have a contract and go through procurement so that we can use other kinds of funding besides the general fund. So if that means that we have to put out a contract that says there'll be fluctuations in fuel or whatever, or we've got to find someone else to do this because this is really hampering us in the ability to do what we need to do.
I think if y'all would allow Dale to indicate what solution he found to this problem that we're facing right now.
As Commissioner, you were saying, right now everything's being funded by the general fund. I've try to figure out some ways of providing funds to the general fund so it's not a large hit to them. As we remember, when we first started our software system, some funds had to be paid for by the general fund, and we allowed coastal public works or the road fund to use some of the funding we brought in for the software by reducing their capital outlay. Then we wouldn't have to transfer funds to them in that amount. I'm recommending the same issue. So if we need funds, we have additional funds in 120 that we can let them use capital outlay, as well as coastal parks capital outlay, and that could be anywhere from $150,000 to $500,000. And if you allow this to be due, we can move this to ARPA lost revenue and let them use it for capital expense. And then we would not have to transfer the funds from the general fund to 180 or 120 in those amounts. And then we have the funds available to pay for whatever we need for this funding until a solution is resolved.
And that's a short-term solution to a long-term problem. We still need a contract. Okay, so that's fine if that fixes it for now, but we've got to go back to these people and explain to them that if we don't go through these procurement processes and have these contracts in place, then it limits us on how we can sometimes use funds, these and other funds that we might get, right? I mean, we don't, because so somehow we've got to go work with these people and say, okay, what is it that, is it a fuel fluctuation clause? Great. I'm not going to say that fast 3 times because I'll get in trouble, but if that's what we need to put in the contract, then let's do that. If this fixes it for now, and this is, you're saying it checks out when it's okay with ARPA, okay, but I don't think it fixes this long term. But whatever we got to do to get it done.
So are you going to do the motion for that then?
I'm not going to do it, but I'll support it. I don't even understand what he just said.
Me either. Can you state it and I'll do it?
Other than it works.
We found funding sources available in other means to be out of ARPA funds that will transfer money from ARPA funds to coastal parks, as well as road and bridge, to be able to expense capital expenses, and then the general fund will not have to reimburse those funds, and then that funds will be available to
Can
pay
we do
for
that legally?
Yes, we can.
We need to check if we can transfer funds from ARPA to.
I'm not transferring funds from ARPA.
Okay, because that's what you mentioned. Okay.
I'm expensing capital expense.
Someone needs to write this up in a motion so that we can digest it, because I couldn't make that motion if I tried. So then we can maybe come back, Judge, if you want to, but I still don't even really know what we're.
I don't believe you can have a
Okay,
contract.
if someone will write that down for us, how we need to do that and make sure it's legal.
Yeah, he's basically stating that we're going to use lost. I know they can come back and write it down, but I just want to get it on the record.
Understand.
What he's trying to do, I believe, is to have an expense, a capital expense that does qualify for ARPA
Over
to be
there,
paid
and
with
it
lost revenue
eliminates
ARPA
this
funds.
money over here,
And
so
now,
it goes
because
up. Yes, I
the
understand
coastal
the
parks and
concept.
public works won't need those funds to be transferred out of general fund, then they can be paid down to resolve the issue with the sheriff's transport costs.
Okay, I'll make that motion. Carrie, you got it?
I have, yes,
Okay.
You're a great translator. I appreciate it.
It's
We're gonna move money
actually,
around.
I
Can
understood.
someone just go write it up in
but
a
I
motion
just
and let
couldn't
us
say
read it? Do we have to do this today, or can we actually think about this one? Is this crucial
Yes.
today?
I think
They
it's
need the
crucial
funds
for they
right
need the
away.
funds right away, so. I think she has it on video. Can you get it from
We're
her?
back right now.
I seriously don't know what I need someone to write it down so I can read it.
Okay, I make the motion to use ARPA funds for the capital expenditures with the coastal parks. And that will free up funds from
road and bridge.
road and bridge, and that free ups funds in the general revenue that we can then use to pay for this, for the transport.
Correct.
So that is my motion. I'm sticking to it. Oh, yeah. And the ARPA will go towards lost revenue. Yes, the ARPA funds that are going to capital expenditures.
How much is it?
How much?
Do we know how much
don't
it
have the
is?
total
Wasn't
amount.
it
They need 6.
600,000?
We have that, yeah.
600,000, yes.
So this isn't going to short anybody's funds anywhere, right?
No, this
I'm
is,
trusting you, Dale. I'm going to second that.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? All right, we're already in a bind for the 600. Is that going to be enough then? Are we going to be clear for the sheriff for transporting? I mean, I mean, that's already invoices that are out. Are we good?
Right.
Yes.
So we need 6. Yeah.
We have to have 6 today.
And Lulu, you're saying this works, and Jeff, you're saying this is legal?
Yes.
On the record? No, on the record, because I'm just,
Yeah.
I'm going on faith
Well,
here.
the others are, they're okay. They're okay funds if you use them that way.
Honestly, this is the first time I've heard of this scenario doing this, but what he's proposing, it does sound like it will fly, yes.
Yes.
It'll work. All you're doing is moving money around.
Yes.
Yeah, that's called, well, we won't.
Yeah, we won't go there.
Yeah, I know.
But you're doing it legally.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
It is coming on the advice of our attorney and our auditor, so I want that in the record, please. No.
What we're doing is we're making qualified ARPA expenses.
That's exactly right. Qualified ARPA expenses. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 I guess.
No guessing on the end. Commissioner Gonzalez, you voting?
Hijo.
Is that your vote, sir?
Based on advice of counsel?
Yeah.
We're all doing this based on
the advice
the,
we're getting from council. Yeah.
Council has heard this for the first time today, and that is.
You can't hedge. This is either a yay or nay. You're either signing off on it or you're not.
They did. Y'all signed off on it. Happy.
I mean, Jeff signed off on it. If you're not signing off on it, I'm not voting for it.
Jeff, you want to look into it first before we.
If you don't pass it today, you can't pay the bill.
We have an hour and a half to.
So,
I'll be happy to look into it further, but
we know
the idea that Dale has proposed
The final rules do
is
allow
sound.
capital expenses
Right.
through.
All he's doing is making legitimate expenses to be paid
Capital expenses
by,
from ARPA.
right, from ARPA funds.
Yes.
Which you can do.
Yes.
That's what he's
free of
proposing.
his money on the other end, so it is not a big deal.
Is the motion made by the judge legal, and does it follow the ARPA rules?
The
motion-
scenario, yes, the motion sounds to me like it is sound.
Okay. Lulu, do you agree with that?
Yes.
Well, as far as the coastal park and all these, they
That's
need
all
to, they
okay.
need to come to me and Jeff to verify that it qualifies under a certain category and that there is a contractual agreement.
Lost
with-
revenues will work.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass,
okay.
I'll vote for it subject to that being, that occurring.
Okay.
If you'll take that as part of your motion, then
I'll
subject
take that
to.
as part of the motion. As long as it qualifies through ARPA, then everything moves forward.
And it all needs to be sent to
Yes,
Lulu and Jeff for
contingent
final
upon the
review.
qualifying.
Okay.
And so, we have the motion and the second, and now it looks like we have a unanimous vote because Commissioner Gonzalez finally voted. So, thank you very much. Thank you guys very much for being here. On item number 4, discuss and consider authorizing and approving change order number 1 to the contract with Alight Solutions for enterprise source planning software and replacement of time clocks in order to add automated workday support services.
Yes, Your Honor, what we're trying to do, this is a testing module from A-Light that will help us to test the service projects we have with Workday. There is a change order number 1 of $138,360. However, the funds are already allocated in funds, so there will be no additional cost to the county.
No cost, very good. I'll make that motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Thank you. And item number 5, discuss and consider allowing the district attorney's office to utilize salary savings in 3520 and 5110 to supplement professional services, special professional services, and for the remainder of the fiscal year in the amount not to exceed $75,000. And
Judge, on this one, it's a little different than the others. I appreciate the District Attorney's Office working with the auditor and HR on this. So I just want to make sure I understand it. Basically, the other positions which are creating new positions, the policy of the court and the law of the court, or the law has been that if it doesn't have a general fund change, then it's doable. And I think that's what these next 5 or 4 or 5 will do. This one is different. It's taking the salary savings that they haven't used on certain positions and just shifting it to the professional services / special personal services which that's completely acceptable. That's also just a line item change and has no cost to the general fund?
There's several vacancies, and this is trying to bring in additional personnel to help fill out the cost, so they have the savings to qualify for this.
Some things of that nature,
You
right?
know, I have a question on that.
Okay.
I understand all the rest of them, and because all the rest of them gives us a $14,000 savings. Once at the end of the day, we still got a little savings, $14,000. This one here is not a savings, but I don't think we have ever done where we move money to professional services, special revenue services, personnel services. Where are the savings there? Why are we moving the monies from?
They've had several vacancies, and the vacancies allow them to, because they have to hire a contract personnel. This is it's an outside contract professional. So that's where this is where the funds would be. So they're not actually hiring an employee; they're hiring a
Contract labor.
Contract labor.
This is not to give the bonuses to people. This is total outside contract labor to help with the overload that y'all have in the office.
But didn't they have
Yes,
contract
we
labor?
have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in salary savings. We're asking to use 75 of it. It's a transfer from one line item in our budget to another line item in our budget, because we're never going to use all of that 250,000 we have just right now, which is going to continue to increase. We have to have attorneys that are contractual. We call them special prosecutors. They are assistant district attorneys in other counties. They have been former employees here, Michelle Putman and Rachel Maskowitz. They've done intake with us before. They're already set up through Odyssey, and they do intake because we have 0 misdemeanor intake attorneys at this time, and we only have 1 felony intake attorney, and we have to do the intake in order to continue to move the cases.
What you're saying is you have too much money on professional services?
Yes, that's where they get paid out of.
So next year, we shouldn't get that much money from professional services?
No, it'll go back to the original budget amount. This is just for this fiscal year.
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
I think all they're doing is shifting.
no, I know they're shifting, but I don't know if we had there was a policy on that or not. I'm not sure, I don't remember.
Every single budget year, I've come to this court and I've asked to use my salary savings to supplement others, and every year this court has said yes.
Like I said, I don't have a problem with number 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the bottom. There are, you're removing some. That's a salary savings, although your savings you're using, you're going to hire somebody else. So instead of 45,000 savings, now we have $14,000 savings because you're going to hire a new employee. So I don't have, and I really don't have a problem with that over here. But over here, I don't know where we have a savings, although you might have that money set aside. You haven't spent it, but that's money you had set aside for professional services that you might not use, and you don't think you're going to use. I don't know if you're going to use it or not. I don't know whether you need it or not. Between now and October, you're not going to need that money for professional.
It's not just for them. We also pay medical examiners to come in and provide expert testimony out of professional services. When we have to call in Dr. Chandru to come and testify in our murder cases because we can't put Dr. Shaker on. And we can't put Dr. Fagan because we don't want all of the misgivings and illegal activity that went on in the ME's office to infiltrate our homicide cases now. So it also pays for the phlebotomist when we do all the no refusal weekends. So it's more than just, and that money is money that was earmarked for employees we didn't have prior to today's date. So even if we filled every single position in our office tomorrow, miraculously, I would have enough in my salary to cover them through the rest of this fiscal year, because I'm asking to use money from all the people we didn't have from the beginning of the fiscal year till now.
Okay, I understand that. But and the savings you have, the salary savings in 3520, 5110, those are the vacancies you have?
Those are the vacancies we've had since the beginning of the fiscal year till now.
But those vacancies, using that money, but those vacancies are not going away. So you're gonna, what I'm trying to picture here, you're gonna only do this year, right?
Yes, sir.
You're not gonna go use that money next year again, those $75,000, you're not gonna take it from there again? I mean,
Well,
this-
not unless we get into next fiscal year and we're still 15 attorneys down and I'm still having to do contract labor. But in terms of the budget I'm going to submit, it's going to be pretty much the exact same as the budget we submitted this year, plus asking, of course, for raises that we're not going to get.
Well, maybe you can cut back a couple of people, add it to the 75,000.
Pardon, sir?
Take away 2 people, 2 vacancies, and add it to the professional services, and we'll bring more money into that area for next year. I'm just saying, if you're not going to use it, it's going to be sitting there.
No, it goes back to the general fund. I think last year, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of dollars that we gave back to the county out of our general fund because we didn't use it due to salary savings. And this year is going to be the same thing. Y'all are going to get probably $200,000 from us in salary savings again at the end of this fiscal year, if not more. Our office has never been over budget. Our office has never had to come and ask you to increase our budget. We certainly haven't asked you to find $600,000 for us. So we're asking to use money that's already allocated to our office for the very emergent situation we have because we are 15 lawyers down.
I understand. I just want to make sure, Ms. Hernandez, we're doing the right thing here and now because it's totally different from the other 1 through 4, right? Teresa, are we okay with this kind of transaction here versus the other 4?
Commissioner, she's the budgeted salaries for that department for the high number of vacancies, that's the money that she's talking about. The funds are there because they don't have employees in that position. In the past, we did not allow the departments to use the salary savings from vacant positions on, like emergency situations like this. And then it's usually been allowed, but that's probably a practice y'all need to think about looking at again because it goes towards the fund balance. It's salary savings, but it goes back to help your fund balance.
And that's what I thought, because I know in the past we had some issues with that. So, but if we say we can do it, I guess we can do it. But like you said, we need to go back and relook at that, how we're going to do it from now on.
For the future.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to allow the remainder, the professional services, $75,000 to use in the DA's office. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. The motion passes. Item F1, discuss and consider creating a trial court coordinator and witness supervisor position. These are new positions at pay group 2201 to assist with the coordination of the heavy trial docket to be funded by the permanent elimination of 1 assistant DA misdemeanor attorney 1 position.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Same sign. Number 2, discuss and consider reclassifying the 2 assistant DA felony attorney 5 child unit prosecutor positions, which are currently at pay group 37 to ADA 6 violent and high profile at pay group 39 positions. This would be funded by the permanent elimination of 1 assistant DA misdemeanor attorney 2 position. Salary savings for the remaining year.
Second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And I appreciate that because those women should have been paid the same if this is. Item number 3, discuss and consider creating an admin secretary 3 position at a pay group 2101 to be funded with the surplus funds remaining from the permanent elimination of the assistant DA misdemeanor attorney 1 position and the assistant DA misdemeanor attorney 2 position to fund the trial coordinator and reclassification of the felony 5 child unit prosecutors.
So moved.
Second.
I understand this is a wash. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. The motion passes. Item number 4, discuss and consider the approval of reclassifying positions within the Nueces County.
That's not mine, so may I be
Oh,
excused?
sorry, yes, ma'am.
You're on a roll.
Okay, I thought I was just going. Item number 4, discuss and consider the approval of reclassifying positions within the Nueces County Clerk's Treasury and Collection Department to be funded by deletion of the Senior Accounting Assistant position in the Treasury Department 1170, effective pay period beginning May 13th, 2023. And I believe in your packets we got something from Melinda this morning that showed that this would be fine on the amounts and stuff.
And that's the
so.
savings or what?
Yes.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
May 13th. Thank you.
And then item number 5, accept for record purposes the resignation of Nueces County Emergency Management Coordinator. Discuss and consider the revision of the job description of the Emergency Management Coordinator position. Discuss and consider authorizing the Human Resources to post the position and related matters. And your packets, I did receive, and I know that is under the county judge, the resignation. His last day will be the end of May, and because we are coming up on June and hurricane season, I thought it was vitally important for us to get moving and get this position interviewed for and hopefully have some great candidates show up. There is in your packet, we did, with the help of the new HR director and everything, reword the job description, and we would like to move forward with those changes and ask him to post the position.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign. And unless I am missing something, do we have any adjournments in memory, or did I forget something? Wait, we have one more. Oh, okay. We have adjournments in memory, please.
I've got them.
Go ahead.
It is with great sadness to announce the passing of Janae Suzanne Cabellas. Janae Cabellas, age 39, of Corpus Christi, left this world on Wednesday, April 19, 2023. She was a loving daughter, mother, sister, cousin, and friend to many, and many of you may have or may know her mother, Janice Cabellas, who is a member of our mental health oversight public defenders board. So certainly our condolences go to Janice and her family. She was a graduate of Mary Carroll High School class of 2002 and was employed by Laura Bodine Financial and worked as an office manager for the past 20 years. She loved the beach, listening to music, and cherishing time with her family and friends. She is survived by many. She is preceded in death by her father, Janice Cabellas. She is preceded in death by her father, Jason Cabellas, grandmothers Carolyn Sheehan and Evangeline Benji Strong, Uncle Richard Strong, and her loving best friend, Jennifer Scott. A memorial service will be held at St. John's United Methodist Church on Saturday, April 29th at 2 p.m. in the Community Life Building. Her departure has left a void in the hearts of her family and friends. She will be forever remembered for her beautiful smile, her sense of humor, her kind spirit, and the love she shared with those around her. May her soul rest in peace. Condolences to the Cabellas family and the loss of Janae.
Absolutely. Are there any others?
Yeah.
Anyone? Yes, sir. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Mike Henry Holtzel. Best prayers to the family for his passing. Mike was a very devoted family man. He was born on October 16, 1948.
Commissioner, I want you on the mic.
Can you talk? Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry.
He was raised on a farm outside Eden, Oklahoma, where he graduated one of 13 students from Pioneer School. He attended Oklahoma State University, earning both bachelor's and master's of science degree in mechanical engineering. He later earned an MBA from Texas A&M University in Corpus Christi. Mike's love of life was boundless with his wife of 50 years, traveled over the United States. In addition to travel, relaxation for Mike was playing the stock market, golfing, attending Spurs game, watching the Oklahoma State Cowboys, and time with pets, especially my Merkel and Sydney. He will be missed by his family, friends, and our prayers and condolences go to the Hosto family. The other one is Richard Garza. It is with great sadness that the family of Richard Garza, Sr. announces his passing on April the 2nd, 2003, at the age of 85. Richard was born on August 20th, 1937, to Oscar Garza, Sr. and Margarita Longoria Garza in Corpus Christi. He was raised in Corpus Christi, Texas. Richard graduated from W. Ray High School in 1956 and attended Delmore College. He enlisted in the United States Army and served as a private first class from 1958 to 1960. Richard married Rosie Madrigal. Madrigal was with the Madrigal Precinct family. Garza on June 25, 1961, Rosie was the love of his life, and he shared her through 57 years of marriage. Richard was a partner of the Agnes Furniture Sales and Garza Furniture Store. He was a loving husband, father, brother, uncle, grandfather, and great-grandfather. Was always enjoyed family gatherings and shared stories. He's one who made you laugh so hard that you would cry. He will be remembered for his kindness, selfishness, and devotion to God and family. He will be missed by the family. Our prayers and condolences go to the family. That's what I have here is a very dear friend of a lot of people, very well known in this community. His name is Art Cortez Delgado. We'll call him his Coach Delgado. With great sadness, we announce the passing of Art Cortez Delgado on April 6, 2023, at the age of 81. Art was born in Corpus Christi on December the 18th, 1941, to Dario and Neves Delgado. Proceeded in death by his parents, Dario and Neves Delgado. Brothers Dario, Guadalupe, Miguel, Rudy, Santos, Luvena, and sisters Maria Luvena, Elvira Garza, and Josephine Ramon, and daughter Neves Delgado. Survived by his wife Patricia, daughter Belinda, sons Art and Adrian, grandsons Dario, Dante, Coa, granddaughters Brianna, Alexandria, Elena, Jacqueline, and Cassandra. The grandchildren Thorn, Blythe, Lincoln, and Delilah. Special thanks go out to all the people that participated, especially the pallbearers, and they helped with the funeral. Art was a very likable person. He worked for the school district until he retired CCISD, and then continued to do some part-time work with CCISD. He loved to hunt. He had a little ranch he would like to go to where he would find very relaxing time with his wife and family. So Art will be missed, not only by family, but friends and associates. Our prayers and condolences go out to the family. And may the good Lord pray for him always. Amen. That's it.
Absolutely. Does anyone else have any? No, we certainly keep all of these families in our prayers, and thank you. It is 4:08, and I will accept a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? The motion is adjourned.